In the geospatial industry, our mission is understanding the location of everything. But location isn't just about the places. It's also about the journey. The journey of how we got here. The journey of people who strive to make a difference. The journey of understanding our world through the eyes of innovation. At Project Geospatial, our stories are about the journey of where. Come check us out at www.projectgeospatial.com.
Okay, before we go to our final panel on authoritative data and AI, or AI and authoritative data, I want to introduce two people very important to our program today. One, I want to thank Maggie Colley, who is, of course, the Executive Director of OpenStreetMap US, and she's going to be moderating the panel, and I really appreciate all her help and the support that the OSM US group does for this organization. And if you are not familiar with OpenStreetMap, there are a number of there's at least a couple of different panels or presentations in the Phosphor-G program the next couple of days. Maggie mentioned the Trails Initiative that's just starting out. This is a huge deal. Collaboration between the federal government and OpenStreetMap for volunteers geospatial information. It's almost like unbelievable to me after years and years. The other thing, I also wanted to introduce Dr. Carter Christopher. Carter is on the panel, but he organized this, and I really appreciate his help. Carter is, of course, at ORNL, where he's the section head for Human Dynamics in the National Laboratories Geospatial Science and Human Security Division. Many of you knew Carter when he worked at NGA. Some of you knew Carter when he worked for the State Department and under the Geographer of the United States. But I really appreciate his help in organizing this panel. Carter, thank you. So Maggie, take it away. Yeah, here's it.
Thank you, Eddie. Welcome back. We are the last panel of the day, so hang in there. We've heard a lot about a lot of the panels already touched on what we're going to dive into a little bit more deeply now, talking about, that magic word authoritativeness, especially now in the age of Aquarius, of AI and VGI. Sorry, it's late. I have to make some jokes to keep you engaged. So thank you, Eddie, for already introducing me and Carter, but I'll pass it down and have Mike and Will introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Will Mortensen. I'm the Deputy Director for the Office of Geography at NGA. Been in that job for roughly 7 months. Prior to that, I was over at CBP for a year. And then before that, I was the VGI lead for NGA for about 8 years. I stood up a program called GNOME, which some folks have talked about today. So I will hand it to Mike.
Afternoon. I'm the Director of the National Geospatial Program at the U.S. Geological Survey. We're the lead domestic agency for topographic mapping in the United States. We've got active programs in national LiDAR acquisition, production of surface water mapping, the national hydrography data sets, and then the operational production of topographic maps. We have a dynamic mapping system. You can come in and check out Topo Builder. You can make your own map. It takes about 8 to 10 minutes at best. And then we also have the stage maps that we've been producing for, 150 years or so.
Good.
Great. Well, welcome. We have 3 or 4 questions for the panelists that they'll talk through, but we want to make sure that we leave time at the end for y'all's questions. So think about what you want to ask us already, and don't be shy. So we're going to start down there at the end with Will, and we're going to just ask that main question. I don't know if Ron's still here, but thank you for defining authoritativeness for us earlier. But I'm going to ask each of these panelists, how does your agency or where you serve define or view authoritativeness for data?
So that's a good question. I was sort of joking with Maggie before we walked up here when a tough question comes out. You know, when they ask a question, you ask a question back. So what do you define as authoritative data? So, and I say that sort of tongue-in-cheek in the fact that what I believe is authoritative may not necessarily be what Eddie believes is authoritative. The real key is, does it meet my mission need, and can I utilize that data to accomplish an objective? We do produce authoritative data within our organization, and by authoritative, I would say our folks are analyzing data that we receive from different avenues and different venues. So we feel confident in the data that we're choosing, but I've seen authoritative be wrong, right? Authoritative data be incorrect. And so I think it sort of goes back to the conversations we had about fit for use and sort of, you know, what's going to meet your mission needs. So by authoritative, I mean, that's the best definition I can give you from the Will Mortensen perspective. I do know that we strive our best to produce the most authoritative data, but I'd say the key to that is having as much sources as possible. So I'm not just going to utilize OpenStreetMap, for example. I may use OpenStreetMap with 7 or 8 different sources to give me that more complex and authoritative response to a question.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting question. If you backed up not that long ago, I think authoritative and official probably has similar definitions. I anticipated you might ask this question, and I referred to a really good source. The UN has a group called the Council of Experts on Global Geospatial Information Management. They have a subcommittee on legal and policy frameworks. If you can suffer through all that bureaucratic naming, there was a really important document they presented this August at the most recent UN GGIM meeting, where they discussed just this very thing. What does authoritative mean, and in light of fit-for-purpose data or official data? And they had a couple of definitions that they drew from other sources in the geospatial community around the globe. The UK Geospatial Commission adopts a definition that is very similar to official. It's an official government agency, and that's something that you see replicated in Geographic's definitions, and even some ones that we probably use in the FGDC or other communities, where it's an agency that has the official designated authority or the legal authority. Authoritative data, legal authority, that kind of makes sense. There's some other definitions that look into an organization that has the mandate or the ability to maintain and serve that data so that it's not just dumped out there without any sustainable plan. I think there's also some elements in the definitions of your geographics that the data is available to be in the public domain. It's not just authoritative and really good quality, but it's something that's out there for public use and that can be reused. So I think it's a lot of these definitions. I think over the past couple of years, we've seen some more acceptance of data that doesn't have to come from an official designated government body, be identified as authoritative, and that there's more separation between official versus authoritative. But I think that definition is still evolving.
So at Oak Ridge, Oak Ridge National Lab is a federally funded research and development organization. What that means is we are an element that can operate on behalf of the federal government and help the government solve hard problems. So we are consumers of authoritative data, and we deliver things to the government that is then turned around as authoritative data sources. And so for us, what we consider to be authoritative is wholly rooted in fitness for use and trustworthiness. And we look at where can we find the best data available to support our science mission so that we can make the best science outcome, science data set that can then be used by the Department of Energy, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, or whomever our sponsor is to support their community, to support their customers. So when we think about trustworthiness, we think about reliability of the data, currency of the data, being able to quantify the uncertainty, because all data has errors and all data has as soon as data is created, it's immediately out of date. And the world is constantly changing underneath of us. The things that are represented in the data may be static or stable for a certain period of time, but we want to understand the dynamism of the world that we're operating in so that we can quantify the uncertainty of the data that we're using and ultimately make as precise as possible science data sets that can be used by the government to answer questions. So when we think about authoritativeness of data, it's not just the source that it's coming from, but it's the trustworthiness of the source. Aaron Myers, who's on from the Oak Ridge team earlier today talked about the Eagle Eye platform, and we source our outage data for Eagle Eye from the authoritative sources, which isn't the government, it's the utilities that report on the outages. But those utilities report their outages in a plethora of different ways. Some of them have web pages that are updated all the time. Some of them tweet that out, or whatever it's called now on X, and some of them don't report it in the same timely fashion as others. And so we have to accommodate all of that in the ways that we aggregate and harmonize that data. So figuring out the right sources, but also the right ways to handle the data all flows into the authoritative equation. I turned it off.
Thanks. Anybody have another comment on the authoritativeness theme before we move on? Great. So thanks. Those are lots of characteristics come to mind for authoritative, but it seems like we still don't necessarily have a clear definition. Keep working on that. I'm going to start with you, Mike, next. I'm thinking about the responsibility, so not just the definition, but the responsibility involved in all data. National Map Corps is generating volunteer geographic information for the U.S. government, and provides that data to the public. Is there any communication, and what is the responsibility of government to provide the communication around those data sources and how it might be different from your other data sources?
So I think it is a really imperative if we, and our program is one where we aggregate data from a variety of different sources. If we include citizen science data or sources that we wouldn't traditionally use as or see as authoritative and want to bring them into our data stack to produce on our maps or deliver out to the public, I think it is imperative that we communicate not only the source from where we got the data, but what the error budget is, all the metadata about it, how reliable is it, if we're going to be stamping USGS on it. And the National Map Corps is one that we've been using for a number of years. For those that may not be familiar, there's a few thousand volunteers that we work with, and they augment our structures database, both the geometry and the attribution. It's a point data set, but we allow the users to come in and move the point, so it's over the center point of a building. And they also can update a lot of the attribution so that the spelling is correct. Maybe you don't have any extraneous upper lowercase, that it's maybe if the spelling's changed or renamed, that's updated. So these are all the things the National Map Corps has done. And I think we're still one of the very few, if the only, federal agencies that have a way to incorporate citizen science and VGI data into an authoritative product or an official product, depending on how you want to use the definition. But your question about how do we communicate this, I looked into this a little bit in my own program because I wasn't quite so sure, and we do, and it's in metadata, which means that people probably aren't aware. So I think there's some room for improvement there, and how we communicate that people should be. I want to do a better job with not just National Map Corps data, but if we are going to be relaxing our definitions or looking to aggregate beyond our traditional definitions, what's a good mechanism to do that? Sure, we can track it in the metadata and incorporate the provenance so people are aware, but do we have a higher responsibility to maybe highlight that or bring that up a level, or maybe it's changing the symbology in the data to make it more aware that this was not necessarily the traditional source. It still goes through validation, and in fact, it meets all of our specifications for National Map Accuracy Standards, so it's not that it's poor data. In fact, it turns out it's very high-quality data. But I do think we have not only a responsibility, and in some cases we're maybe not meeting that responsibility, and how we communicate that, because I do think it is important.
I'll pass it to Carter after this. I know you use a lot of AI generated data within your models, and is there any communication there within your products?
So we definitely communicate data sources that go into our models. I think the most challenging thing when you start to think about, and the reason that I organized this panel here for this community, right, is most of the AI work that's being done now is being built on top of open source. Even the commercial AI platforms, it's all open source under the hood, right? And the missing piece, though, is that we can talk about the model all day long, but these models don't do anything without training data. And we don't have a really good way of communicating the sources and provenance of the training data which isn't just, a source that you point to, hey, I'm using Maxar imagery or Planet imagery, but it's tens of thousands of labeled labels that go into these models, and how we have catalog, document, and report that out is a problem that we haven't solved, at this national lab, and the community hasn't solved. And when we start to get to that concept of trustworthiness, I'm pointing at my paper because I've got it written down here. I'm reminding myself trustworthiness. And if you read the AI literature, you kind of read the industry rags, right? There's a lot of conversations around the trustworthiness of AI, especially in the hallucinations of ChatGPT, right? And the same thing can convey over to the computer vision world. But we have to have a way of documenting and understanding the provenance of the sources of the label data that are coming into our models, so that we can get to explainability, we can get to trustworthiness, and we can certainly understand the fitness for use of the AI outputs, and ultimately, hopefully, get to some level of authoritativeness and trustworthiness for those sources. And we think, and we're very trusting of our own data, but we want the community to be as well.
So I would just add on to Carter's point, is that one of the things, and I've only been in the seat I'm in for a very short period of time, but the training data is a big aspect of any AI ML activities. And I've constantly argued for some kind of training database of data, authoritative data, whether that be made through NGA or through other organizations, that you have a trustworthy set of data that can go out and help train these algorithms. Because as Carter referenced, it is time consuming, it is expensive, but I think the return on investment for the community would be a huge win for everyone. So that's one of the things I'd like to see. Whether or not we get there anytime soon is hard to say. And then I had a train of thought, and then now it's just gone. But I'm sure it'll come back to me in a second. No.
Great. I mean, I think about licenses, actually, when you say that, because I think about, OpenStreetMap is used often as label data.
It wasn't the licensing, but one of the things I do think would be nice is a sort of a government-public partnership, in that, if the government's using open source of some type, is if you're seeing errors, being able to report that back to the open source community, because I don't think that happens very much, if at all. But I do think it would be hugely beneficial if you're seeing stuff within the open source data sets that, hey, by the way, folks, this is what we're noticing, and it might help you guys make better data as well. So.
Plus one to that. I mean, I know contributions to open source are always welcome, and I think that's one of the hardest things that we face as a community, is bringing in more contributors. I mean, users are great, but contributions can be even better. So plus one to that. So we're cruising through these questions, but we're going to have more time for audience.
That can take up a few seconds.
Okay.
It's a good point you had about a database of training data sets. We've talked a little bit about, from I hate to use the word now, the authoritative data providers, or at least those ones that are part of the federal government portfolio, the National Spatial Data Infrastructure, and the ones that maintain a lot of the data sets, about we're really good at producing nationally comprehensive, consistent data sets, whether it's elevation or addresses or hydrography or all sorts of different things. You can look at the A16 portfolio and see that. We produce that out for a variety of products. There's nothing to say we couldn't create training data sets from those same elements, so that we have an elevation training data set of LiDAR point clouds or elevation models or surface water and hydrography that's very well described, that's very well maintained. That might be something as FGDC is going about their future NSDI strategy, and we talk to the portfolio managers and theme leads, that we think about is an opportunity for us to do that and contribute to the world, or at least to the nation and their efforts in the federal geospatial community and this developing AI policy. I think that's something that would be really valuable. You're not the first one to mention that that's something that's needed, is really reliable, well curated and documented training data. So I hope that's something we do get to sooner rather than later.
Yeah, so back in April, May, maybe it was before then, right? We have every other year at Oak Ridge National Lab, we have a workshop called the Trillion Pixel Challenge workshop, and this year, of course, with ChatGPT and OpenAI's kind of outputs this past year, large language models were a big topic of conversation, but just in general, generative AI was a big focus. And the fact that there isn't an authoritative foundational model that is not proprietary, that is not black box, that the community can build on top of was something that was of big interest to the community of 100 researchers and government folks that were there. Right now, OpenAI, Google, Amazon, those that are building the large language models, Facebook, they're all building it off the internet backbone, and Lord knows it's a trustworthy source, right? So you know, there's a real concern about balancing that, and not just from the perspective of ensuring equity among the views that are represented within the training data that goes to make that model, but ensuring that, you know, back to that word, trustworthiness, that's a component of the training data. And so maybe that's a new role for the government to sponsor these foundational models, which you can then build bespoke mission-specific models on top of that can support different use cases that the different domains that would use it would use it for. So.
Keep turning it off. All right. Any other comments related to that? Great. Seeing some themes here, and also we're getting towards that last question I'm going to ask, but thinking about, you know, authoritativeness, does there have to be a certain dollar amount paid for a data set or tied to data to make it more authoritative? Is that also a challenge?
You mean if it costs a lot of money, it must be good? Yeah. There's definitely, you know, if you're willing to pay for it, you know, it must be good. But I don't know. From our perspective, we always start in the open. We believe that the best data is probably already out there, and so before we ever spend our cycles in building something new, we're going to canvas the community. And understand what is out there and what is of high value that we can utilize, and then build on top of or fill in the gaps. And an example is one of the kind of the most well-known things that Oak Ridge National Lab produces for the community is the Landscan population data sets. And if you haven't ever seen it, go to landscan.ornl.gov, and all of our it's plugging it, right? I know. All of our population data sets, most of our population data sets have been open sourced there for you guys to utilize, as well as all the methodologies behind creating them. But a big component of building those models is building data, the built environment, infrastructure, because people, you know, for 80% of our day, we're inside of a building, most of us, if we're not, you know, out doing construction work. So in our models, we put people into buildings, and, you know, if you've paid attention to the geospatial news lately, Microsoft is releasing open buildings, and Google is releasing open buildings, and this lady over here is producing a lot of open buildings. And so we don't want to go and create buildings for the sake of creating buildings. We want to create buildings where the community is missing that data, and ultimately, right, leverage what's available to build our population models and have accurate results. And so, you know, we've built tools inside of Oak Ridge that go and compare Microsoft to Google to OpenStreetMap to some other source that may be out there, and help us understand and quantify the quality of those different sources, and then identify the gaps. And ultimately, then we can bring our own tooling to bear, AI tools to bear to fill in those gaps. But again, leverage the work of the open community before we spend a dime on trying to build it.
Expensive data doesn't necessarily mean it's better. I mean, so we spend a lot of money on data in my organization, and to Carter's point, his data must be super, super awesome, because it's not cheap. Just saying. Let's get a break, my man. No, I've seen really good open source data, and I've seen really terrible data we bought, right? And the key is that in my organization, I think Amanda pointed it out earlier, was it's a culture shift in my organization. We've grown accustomed to paying money to buy specific types of data with specific attributes, meet specific thresholds, and we'll pass all kinds of security checks and all kinds of checks on metadata. But if you open that data up on an image, it might be missing a road, right? Because nothing is necessarily 100% perfect. And so what's that risk you're willing to accept, right? If I have an entire country of data that I have to review in 5 days, well, that's not realistic, right? So you have to do sampling, right? Which you're naturally not going to be able to review everything. And so I think it's a interesting question, but it's not. It's certainly not the answer. Is more cost doesn't necessarily equal better. So,
yeah, I would agree. It's just because it's expensive doesn't mean it's good. Just because it's expensive or it has a cost, any cost, doesn't mean it's necessarily authoritative either. I think where you might see the sweet spot, I'd like to think, all being Govs, that the sweet spot is where the government has invested to produce authoritative data. NAPE is a good example. That costs money, right? There's a number of agencies that give money to USDA to fly the country with imagery. Every year, every couple of years, the whole country is refreshed. That's an investment that Congress thought was worth the bang for the buck. 3D elevation program on LiDAR is the same thing. It's a very expensive program, but the value's there. There's a return on investment to that. It's authoritative data. It does cost money, but it does seem that it's worth the investment, and Congress saw that by giving us and our partners the ability to do that. We run into trouble in other places where we weren't able to purchase data, even if it might have fit the definition of authoritative or it was high quality, because it just wasn't a sustainable cost model for us. At the other end of the spectrum, we've got citizen science data that costs us very little to use, but it turns out to be very high quality and very useful.
Thanks for taking the curveball question. So going back to your processes, I think, Carlos, the next question to you, it sounds like Oak Ridge kind of has certain processes and embedding models in place to take all these different data sets and kind of make the cream come to the top. So can you talk a little bit more about your processes for, reviewing the data that you use, whether it's coming from AI or VGI or any other source?
I don't know that we've got a singular process. We've got several folks out there in the crowd, Jessica, Aaron, Jason, that spend a lot of their days trying to make sense of what data can we trust that's out there and where do we need to then fill in the gaps. So they're probably the better ones to tell you about the processes, and so go see Jessica and Jason and Aaron. I'll just pass the buck there. But I'll, given where we are on time, I was thinking as I was sitting down and Eddie was up this earlier today talking. It was 5 years ago, that Eddie and I and Nate Franz, who was just on the panel, wrote the Future of Foundation GeoInt as part of USGIF's State and Future of GeoInt compendium that they put together in it was the 2019 edition, but it came out in January 2019. And so at the time, the three kind of pillars of that were leveraging the cloud, AI, and VGI, crowdsourced data, right? And so this is not a new concept, but I think all of these components are maturing to be parts of the conversation, like inevitable and always there parts of the conversation. It's not a stretch now to think that we're going to have volunteer geographic information as part of the NGA I was with NGA at the time, the NGA authoritative data baseline or the USGS authoritative data baseline. And volunteer geographic information doesn't have to mean it's coming from the public that is digitizing data in OpenStreetMap. It could be coming from your partners, because Lord knows, right? The Army on the ground. I remember Nathan wrote as part of this paper that we wrote that the data that's collected in the field is of the highest quality. It's of the highest resolution, and we at the time, and I still today we're probably not even the best at it, but we at the time lacked lack the ability to bring that great data from the edge back into the mothership, as we would call it, and integrate that in with the foundational data. And so now that machine learning is maturing, and we've got the ability to, not that we're always doing it, but we've got the ability to constantly crank out data. We need new processes, and we need new capabilities, and we need the help of the community to understand how we can kind of bring all these things together to kind of tie it all in a bow, because these components are now understood to be parts of the solution. It's just a process of getting them all together that we've got to work through. So,
I think there might be two questions in there for how do we validate, or what kind of practices might we want to employ for AI-generated data, and what do we use for VGI data? I think those two might require different solutions. At least for the National Map Corps, we've got some self-policing. We experienced users that have reached a threshold of contributions. They're able to, and we allow them to edit and review some of the newer users or those that don't have as much experience. And then there is a government review that's in there as well. So there's a tiered system of review that makes that data high quality. With the AI data, that's I think a different ball of wax in how we develop a process. Whether if it's a generative AI on the front of a web page, it says, asks a question, what's the temperature of the water in the Lower Colorado River right now, and searches USGS holdings. How do we validate that versus something that might be a pattern recognition or something working on imagery to create a vector product that might require a different path. Just one anecdote of an article that I read, maybe some of you did too. A lawyer got in a lot of trouble for using ChatGPT to help write one of his arguments in a court of law, and it sounds great, saved us some time. The issue was the AI generated cases that never existed. And the judge called him on it, and somehow that AI was able to make up stuff. And it wasn't based in some evidence or fact that he had scooped. So that's something we would need to validate. If we're going to be asking AI systems in the future to generate data, generate geospatial data, it's going to be synthetic, but it should have a basis. If it's interpolation or extrapolation, that might be acceptable within some threshold, but it shouldn't be creating something that really is off base. And it's an excellent question. I don't think we have the answers yet for how we validate that, especially if we're going to be putting our government stamps on it to make it a product that we deliver to the public.
So for us, we do multi-tiered approach to data validation and checks. So we have automation that looks through the data and looks through attribution of the data and makes sure it meets all these key thresholds. And then we do visual inspections. As I said before, the world's a pretty big place. So naturally, we can't look at every single piece of pixel on the ground. But that's why we're investing and we're building more visual inspection tools, things that will help kind of key our analysts into problem areas or areas of higher complexity where we anticipate there would be more issues with the data we receive from folks.
Awesome. For my last question is kind of a call out to this community and thinking about what do we need to enable or even articulate as an open geo community to kind of accelerate this shift and interpretation of authoritative, given all of the new data sources out there, and maybe pick one or two things you think that we could potentially do over the next 6 to 12 months. No, just kidding. Hopefully, when we celebrate the 15th FedGeoDay, we're going to be talking about this very differently. So, who wants to start with that one?
Sure.
All right, I'll start. So I think that there's two areas where I think that we have some research horizons that are going to be fun to tackle. That'll be fun to collaborate with all of you in here on. We're really good at, from a geospatial perspective, this is geospatial community, right? So we're really good at creating things that come out of satellite imagery, derivatives of satellite imagery. We at Oak Ridge, and probably many of you can create building footprints or roads or some other feature, land cover feature coming out of satellite imagery really fast, really easy, or you can build a model and hopefully do that at large areas. But what comes out of that is generally a one-dimensional data set. If you take that raster output of your computer vision model and you turn it into a polygon. Now you've got a polygon, but it's just an empty data set. We need to put meaning behind these polygons and characterize them so that those downstream users can use them to make sense of the world. So one research horizon is the attribution, the characterization of the features that we see in satellite imagery that the humans naturally can do, right? As a little piece of prep, I didn't really have a chance to talk much about it, but I looked up NGA's GEOINT content extraction standard, which is the guide that NGA puts out for all of their contractors to extract features that would go in their maps. It's 400 pages long. And it describes all the different attributes and all the different attribute fields that you would use if you're characterizing the world so that you can make a cartographic product that the Army or Navy or Air Force could use. So we've got to help the machines get to that level of smart. And I don't know that they'll ever be as smart as a human when it comes to map interpretation, maybe. But we've got to help the machines be able to characterize what it sees within the satellite imagery in more than a one-dimensional fashion. The second piece is, the industry that's out there is getting better and better at producing data from the volumes of satellite imagery that are being collected every day. And all of that data is flowing into Mike and Will, and they need to be able to know how good it is. And so we need to figure out the right ways to use artificial intelligence to support the quality control process and quality assurance process so that they can know and measure that trustworthiness of the data. How complete is it? How accurate is it spatially? How accurate is it from an attribute perspective? And so that's things that we're thinking about on the R&D front, and I think those would be of high value to you guys on the government side, and challenge the community here to start thinking about those things as well.
There's one TED Talk that I did. There's one TED Talk that I really like. It came out probably a good 6-7 years ago, and it was by an author who wrote a book called The Entrepreneurial State. One of the things she articulated was an old philosophy about the role of government. And there was a quote in it that I really like, that what we do on the government side are things that are not a little better or a little worse than anybody else. We do the things that nobody else is doing because maybe they don't have the incentive, they don't have the expertise, they don't have the capacity. I think to your question about what are the roles in the community, or what do we need from the community, or what do you need from the government agencies, although you're all government, so it's sort of speaking to the choir. What are the niches? What is only USGS qualified to do, or best qualified to do, or NGA qualified to do, or best qualified to do, versus OSM, or versus OGC, or versus somebody else? If you have a sustainable model to create data that meets our specifications and needs, there's no reason we need to be duplicating, and we need to be communicating what those barriers are and what those roles are. On the other hand, you're not going to be collecting nationwide LiDAR. That's why there's a congressional investment, because there's nobody's been able to figure out a business model to do it cheap enough to make money, other than have the government fund it through contract. So you might see some other cases. Orthoimagery is a really good example. Back in the 90s and 2000s, that was a government mission. Now you can go buy imagery all day long. Until that switches, that's still a government responsibility. That fits in that category of things nobody else are doing because they don't have the incentive or the means or otherwise the imperative or capacity. So that's at least what I'd like to see, is maybe some communication about expectation, whether it's AI algorithm development, whether it's maybe about the data development. I talked about training data sets, the expertise. Is that coming from academia? Is it coming from private sector? I think that's an area that could be improved upon.
I would ditto to both comments. No, I mean, I think there's the aspect that we need to understand. Like, I would love to understand the hard problem sets from outside coming back to us, because one of the things I strived for when I was doing open source development was ensuring that a lot of the capabilities we were developing made it back to the public, because I think that's important, because it honestly feeds back to better data, better capabilities for the wider good. So I think there needs to be a closer partnership, and we need to build those relationships. And what were you talking about, Condon? I can't remember. Whatever. see, this is what happens. It's late in the day. It's attribution. I don't remember. But yeah, teaching the machines to help us, I guess. I honestly don't remember. I think the thing I was going to try and get at was, as we see technology continue to proliferate, and you see people like Google's and Microsoft's, they're doing things now that weren't done necessarily very well, let's say 5 years ago, right? It continues to get better. So what's the next? What's the future, right? And let's not be content with what the computers are doing now and in the next year, but start thinking about, sort of to Carter's point, no, it hit me, was the characterization of features, right? It's not enough to just have that building on the ground. I want to know what the materials are of that building. I want to know what's the roof made of, and the more the computers can do that and save us time and energy, the more our analysts and our warfighters, the less they have to focus on that, and they can focus on the actual intel that's on the ground there.
All right, who has a question for this panel?
Yep.
We were going to learn from the high school crowd.
And really bring the microphone close to your mouth so we can hear you.
Hello. When you started to define what was authoritative, I was hoping that I would hear the words data integrity, data accuracy, and even data that is impervious to perspective. We all know that we're human beings, and with being human beings, we come with issues that may not be 100% correct. But over the past years, what I think that we have all come to realize, and especially after COVID, is we're one people on the planet and we need to work together. So my question to the team today, whether you believe this question or the answer is going to be what you consider for government or for private sector, since we have human beings that is creating the data training sets, my question to you is, in order to ensure that this authoritative data is free from perspective, accurate, and has some integrity, are there multiple teams being put together to not only test the data, but to test the integrity of those who have created the training sets?
Those are all excellent points. And while we didn't use those terms that you did, we did talk about QA and QC, and the accuracy and the data that's free from perspective or unbiased, I think that's the kind of things we want to see from QA and QC processes, especially on training data. If you've got data that's only trained on white affluent networks, that's going to produce a response from an AI network that you don't want. I think that's going to be baked into the policies and procedures that we have in developing these. And I say that because if you look at the policy that's starting to be developed at the federal level, and there's an office within OSTP, the National AI Advancement Office, they've developed some strategies and R&D strategies for the federal government, and they specifically call out some of those things that you're talking about to make sure there's transparency in the data sets, there's equity in the training data sets, and that people understand that it is being based on broad-based data set that's representative of all of us, and that it is really integral to understanding how AI is used and the answers that it comes up with. So wholeheartedly agree, and I think I hope we're going into this eyes wide open, and the documents I've seen so far reflects that we are. So I'm optimistic about that.
I would just add, one of the challenges, and I can't speak for everybody up here, but one of the challenges with training data itself, and the reason why it's so difficult, is because it's not like I'm taking a building one time. I have to take that building 20 or 30 times from 20 or 30 different perspectives, and that gives me a confidence score in that output. And so that's where I think we're learning as we go but that's where we're building that confidence along the way. So to your point, it's not just one individual's perspective on something. You're getting a whole group of individuals that are agreeing, yeah, that's this building, this is the location, and this is what it does.
Good question.
Yeah, just briefly, could you speak to data ROI? And I think at the end, Maggie maybe was right from the start. Maybe it's related to the the value and the investment of the data, but generally, a lot of the challenge we have with data quality is incentivizing data creators to actually characterize uncertainty and et cetera. So if we rewarded, well, starting with measuring data ROI, can you speak to data ROI and some ideas on how to formalize that kind of concept and tracking? Show me the line.
So I can take a stab at it. So historically, the way we've produced data or had data produced was along a certain threshold. And it was requirements driven, and it was driven by, hey, I need country X collected because it's over this many years old. What we're trying to drive to is more of a data grooming kind of change detection environment where, hey, there's change actually happening here in the world. This is where we need to fix our data and make it better. And by doing that, it's allowing our analysts more time to focus on those features and add additional attribution that maybe we didn't have in the past. It's enabling us to look at other sources that are out there to enrich those vector data with information that we hadn't traditionally thought of or collected. And then really we're moving towards some foundation digital twin where, we want to collect data at the city level and let computers do what they do best, which is thinning data out, right? Well, to get to that point is a significant jump from where we've been in the past. And so more to follow, but I mean, what we're trying to implement within our organization are those mechanisms and those processes that will enrich data. But to your point, having a mechanism where, hey, we could incentivize the public to add additional attribution, I think is a great concept. It's how do we do it legally? And I would be happy to help, but legally we're sort of limited in what we can do, so.
So the ROI is a big concern or area of importance for us as a data set producer, because we want to show lots of value to Will so that he sees value in the data sets that we build for him and others in the community. One of the ways that we do that is through DOI citations, but most people in the government that are reusing data aren't going to cite use a DOI citation. But Aaron showed DOI for our outage data. We have DOIs for all of our land scan data sets. So that's one way we've kind of leveraged what's opportunities from the academic sector to give our data something that's citable and referenceable, so that you can easily go into the academic literature in that case and see how many times has this data set been cited across all of science. Unfortunately, though, we have kind of a black box once it goes over into the government user realm, right? And there's probably a lot of use that just isn't captured or isn't well cited or well referenced in that regard. So that's something that we should collectively try to figure out.
I think that's all the time that we have. Thanks, panelists, for your thoughts and time, and thanks to all of you. I'm going to turn it back over to Eddie.
I will ask everybody to come up to the stage for our next panel. Could you, well, let's see, I can advance the slide myself. Hang on. It's not as easy as on Zoom, but it's a lot more fun to have you guys here. let me just get to our panel here. Okay, so thank you, Chris, for that excellent keynote and kicking off our panel where open science meets Phos4G. On our panel, I want to say hello to everybody from Dr. Sophia Liu. Sophia was instrumental in putting this together, but was unable to attend due to exigencies at USGS at the last second, so I'm going to stand in as the moderator. But while Chris is coming back, I'd like the panelists to just introduce themselves, and we'll start with Paige. Just introduce yourself and your work, and then we'll just kick off the panel.
Yes, hello. Great, my mic is working. Hello, my name is Paige Martin. I am a support scientist in NASA's Office of the Chief Science Data Officer, and we work to support and enable open science at NASA and beyond.
Hey, I'm Ryan Abernathy. I'm an oceanographer and climate scientist by training. I've been a professor at Columbia University for the past decade, but in the past year, I recently went on leave from that and started our new company called EarthMover, where we're building a cloud data platform for scientific data.
Morning, everyone. I'm Sudhir Shrestha. I'm with the NOAA Office of Water Protection, so I'm technical manager for the Web and Data Service Program. So what we are trying to do about how to make our data a lot more interoperable and accessible to the large hydrology program. So this is a great actually community. This is my first time being in the Phos4G, so I'm very excited about this panel, and thanks for taking time.
And Chris Holmes with Planet. I just blathered a lot.
Thank you guys so much. All right, well, let's kick it off with, and I'll just come back down the line again. Paige, if you wouldn't mind starting out with, can you describe how NASA and your programs at NASA support open science, and how open source software in this community, collaborating with this community, might benefit those open science efforts?
Yeah, so NASA has really prioritized open science. Actually, for quite a while, NASA data has been openly available, not necessarily readily usable, for many decades, and so that's what we're really working on now. We have something called the Open Source Science Initiative, and this is really where the core of the support for open science comes from. We're looking at establishing policies for NASA scientists and NASA-funded scientists on how to do their work openly. We're looking at incentives, so that includes funding incentives. So what funding can we put in place to support communities like you in doing the, work openly? We're also running some prizes and challenges to really incentivize open principles while doing scientific research. And we also have a community aspect, which is NASA's Transform to Open Science, or TOPS initiative. And that's really trying to engage the community, because we recognize that open science isn't just about, the products isn't just about making our data and our software open. It's about this culture change where we do our science in a more collaborative way, where we can really build upon one another's work and not have to reinvent the wheel. But we recognize that affects the incentives for individuals compared to kind of all of science. Where we see this as progressing science faster, we'll be able to build on top of everyone's work. But for any individual, it might take a little bit more time to do your work in a more open way, to establish the right documentation and metadata for your code and your data. So that's really one of our big focuses, is engaging with the community. And we also are looking at infrastructure. So this is, what infrastructure do we need that would be kind of core across all of NASA? That's where we're starting right now, because we don't even have that within NASA. And then hopefully we can expand to work with other government agencies and organizations as well. So how, working with communities like this one, I have to say this is my first Phos4G. It's very exciting. It's been a really wonderful and welcoming community so far. And I see a lot of potential collaboration. So a lot of what we do at NASA and other government agencies we sometimes move a bit slower than some of the open source communities that we might all be familiar with, which can be a little annoying on one side, but I think it's also nice to have different entities that are moving at different timescales. It takes us some time, but we do listen to the community. So NASA, especially NASA Earth Science and Earth Data, we are using a lot of the tools that you all are helping to develop. We're using Stack, we're using ZAR. It took us a little while to get there, but we are now full steam ahead. And so a lot of what you can do is kind of continuing to do what you're doing and make it known. Make sure to talk to people like me at NASA and others so that we know what you're doing. And it might take some time, but we do digest that and we try and then use these tools ourselves and also give back through funding and other opportunities. So I guess that's what I'll say for now, and I'll let others continue.
Okay. Ryan, how about in your work at EarthMover? How are you all supporting our open science? And how could this collaboration help?
For me, my journey into open science starts long before EarthMover. It goes back to around 2015, when I was more or less still a normal mainstream scientist, not a data person. And some of my colleagues at NASA JPL ran an ocean model at groundbreaking, unprecedented high resolution to simulate things like ocean eddies and tides. Global 1 kilometer mesh, which doesn't sound like a lot maybe to the imagery people, but this model dumped out 4 petabytes of data onto a NASA supercomputer. And the data was absolutely gorgeous and fascinating. The little peaks we were able to get inside of that very opaque, dense 4 petabyte data set. And I was just struck by the gap between how transformative this data was going to be for our field and how inaccessible it was, even to me, a very capable and well-resourced researcher, let alone to the thousands of other potential users of that data, in the US, in the developing world, and at that moment, I kind of had this big pivot in my career to really focus on this question of how can we make all of this amazing weather, climate, ocean data much more accessible, and how can we scale up our approach to working with data to meet this challenge of petabytes and petabytes of Earth system data. That led me down a path of getting involved in open source software. I started working on open source Python tooling for working with data, packages like Xarray and ZAR. And we started the Pangeo project, which is a community platform and organization aimed at sort of coordinating efforts around scaling up data analytics in climate and adjacent fields. We got involved in the cloud because we saw that the cloud had the potential to be this sort of common ground where everyone could access the same data and could access computing to work with that data. That's a much better situation than when the data was locked up on one agency supercomputer where you needed to 6-month security clearance process to even get access. So there's been a lot of progress that's been made. We started EarthMover because we saw that the process of moving to a cloud-native data infrastructure for scientific data was still too inaccessible. It required a lot of really custom engineering and a lot of expertise that was not well distributed in our community. So our goal is to build a platform that's going to make it easier to bring scientific data into the cloud, distribute it in the sort of cloud-native spatial data infrastructure that Chris talked about, and to make those capabilities available to any organization, agency, or company who wants them. So that's what we're trying to do today.
Cool. Sudhir, there's a lot of NOAA, obviously, but how would your open science efforts benefit from collaboration with this community, do you think?
Thanks, Eddie. I think very, very relevant, right? I just want to actually start my days when I was in grad school, why I'm motivated here, and so glad to be in this community again. To acknowledge this is my first 4G, first 4G as well. But I remember when I was in grad school trying to do my research and trying to find the data, I couldn't find one. right? I was trying to scrape the data from NASA, I was trying to scrape the data from NOAA, but I did not know where to really find them, right? I did not know anyone, I didn't have any point of contact to ask for data sets. There are so many places that you could go, right? So remembering those days, sort of motivation around, if there's an opportunity for me to come back to any institution like that and see if I can make that data a lot more available and accessible to the users, that would have been great and fantastic. So my career journey, I had an opportunity to work in academia and the industry. Then I came back to work for NOAA. As a part of like in weather service, especially in our hydro program now, what we're trying to do is actually trying to collaborate with the open source community as well as the COTS, right? We, as a government, we just need to make sure that we have users who are in the both domain of the bucket, both buckets. Some are using the open source, some are using the COTS. So we just need to find sort of bridge where we can actually cross-path those opportunities as well, right? As a part of that, what we're trying to do and what I see this community can help us also is to bridge that gap as well, right? Because a lot of you work in the open source community as well as the COTS, right? And then some of the work that we're doing to make our data set a lot more accessible, I think there will be a lot also conversation about like how it's going to enable the open science, right? The challenge that we have is like not only the data that's available sitting somewhere else, but how we're going to make it available to the larger community. Now that everybody is moving towards the cloud, how those on-prem systems and the data system that we have will be available in the cloud. And talking about Chris talk about like cloud native and geospatial. That's the domain we would like to go down there. So we're trying to work this community to help us actually get into that direction. So we are trying ourselves, but what we're doing is not enough to help to accelerate that. So what I'm expecting from this community is like, we are able to share our data and the services through the repository, right? We have data sitting there, but we produce a whole lot of data set. But how we're going to make it available to larger uses is something that we need also your help to make that happen, right? And that's why we also participate in a lot of the open science initiatives, like, some of this year you may be aware of, like, this year OSTP actually announced 2023 as a year of open science, right? So basically what we're trying to do actually foster the collaboration within all the federal governments as well, so that we are working together to enable the data to everybody, so that that actually leverages the data and the service. But a lot of the times when you talk about the open science, we're only talking about the data as well, but there are a lot to it, right? Because there are a lot of the software content to it. There's a lot, also the research output comes out, at those are publications that are how we're going to make those available to larger community. And the software code base, how we're going to maintain some of those code base is also one of our challenges as well, right? So a lot of you contribute back into some of those software development as well, but how, as a government, we can have access to those and interact with the community, this is something we're looking forward to. So I do see that there's a lot more opportunity to actually collaborate with the stakeholders, and the government can be one of the players to help accelerate some of the open science effort in this community. So we're looking forward to that collaboration.
Thanks, dear.
Yeah.
Chris, you identified some of the Planet open science efforts here. Can you talk a little bit more about how Planet is sitting in the interface there between open science and open source software?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, they didn't really talk about Planet at all, but we have a constellation of satellites that take pictures of the Earth, and the founders were all from NASA, and so that sort of open science is very much in their blood. And the way we tend to work is partnering with different people who are able to kind of help fund us to open data. So the NICFI, I think it's Norway's Forest Initiative, has funded completely open data for the tropics, and we've seen a whole bunch of people building deforestation stuff and planetary variables on top of that. And yeah, we have a whole education research program that makes the data available to a number of institutions, and then through NASA, any researcher in the federal government, not just NASA, but NOAA, et cetera, who's doing research can access the full Planet archive. So yeah, it's definitely something that we really want to see and encourage as much as possible.
Cool. I want to speak a little bit for Sophia, and as she has in her title the participatory open science lead at USGS. So there's a lot of open science, and Sophia and I spent a good bit of time talking about open science means different things to different people. But I do know for certain that USGS has a number of programs that are very much about citizens contributing to scientific efforts and then bringing it together. So one thing I will just say for this conference and also for the FedGeoDay gathering, which is, I think, one of the keys for open science and open source software collaboration is just us getting together. And Chris, you really laid out that the meeting of data and software and standards. Well, it needs to happen here in this kind of forum. So one of the things I would also say in terms of fostering this collaboration is that anybody here that wants to help me and Guido and Maggie Colley and Sophia and the people who are convening these things, please let me know if you're interested in helping us with the next FOSS4G North America so that we can continue this dialogue and make these forums happen. Matt Hansen, many other people here on that have volunteered to help that. So this, in a way, part of my answer on the collaboration is to bring you guys together. All right, I just want to quickly go to the next question, and this is, I'll start with Sudhir because this is really specifically down your line. How will open science benefit the weather, water, and climate enterprise, and what role will FOSS4G, if at all, play in that collaboration, help make that happen?
Thanks, Eddie. I think you just touched the heart of what I do, right? So thank you. Very relevant questions, right? So, what we're trying to do a lot more focus on the weather, water, and then the climate enterprise. I do focus a lot more on the water enterprise, but in general, the community, what we're trying to build is that will help us in a sense, like what we're trying to do right now, like I just said earlier, we want to make sure that our data sets is a lot more accessible, right? How are we going to do that? For till now, all of our data sets, most of our data sets, at least in our program, was sitting on our on-prem system, right? And from there, we have an issue of the infrastructure, right? Because we don't have enough bandwidth to make the data set available. So a lot of the times, I'm sure you may have experience, like if you're trying to download data, you may got throttled or you may got banned, right? You got blacklisted sometimes, right? But there is a reason to it because, there are a lot. We want to make sure the bandwidth is available to everyone, right? And so that the data set is available to everyone. So there is equal distribution of the data access we provide to that. So how we're going to overcome some of those challenges that we do right now. So what we're trying to do actually move some of those data sets into the cloud. And that's where all of you may be aware, right now, the way the forecast data sets are coming out as an HCDF, right? We're writing that as an HCDF because that's how we store our data sets. But all of you who've been working on this domain know how challenging it can be when you're trying to access the data in HCDF, right? And you're trying to do any large analysis in the cloud, right? So that's where some of the work that I see here in this community group, trying to work on cloud native, cloud optimized data, some of the work Ryan has led on the doing, and then Chris has led doing on the optimizing the data available in the cloud, right? So that is what we're trying to do, get started. And I also want to resonate some of what Paige was talking about, yes, we're a little bit slow, right? But there is a reason. We do not have tremendous amount of resources, right? So, and again, we just want to make sure that, because we have to go through the procedures to make the data sets available to larger community, right? And that's why the pace can be somewhat slow, but we're not that slow, right? I'm positive about it. We're not that slow. There are some folks who are trying to work with the community here. We're trying to work with academia and also the private industry to make sure that we are in the pace, right? So that's where we're actually heading towards right now, is to make sure that, all the data that's coming up, at least of our program on the water side, what we're trying to do is we get the data set, but the data is also accessible, but in a way that the people can use it and make sense out of it, right? So we are working towards that, but that's what we're trying to do, trying to make, I don't know if you're aware of that, NOAA has a program called, data dissemination, or the open data dissemination effort. That's where we actually move the data into all three cloud service providers, right? That's Microsoft, AWS, and then the Google. So what we're trying to do is make all our data set available into those cloud providers. And also trying to make sure that the data sets are actually cloud optimized as much as possible, but we're heading into that direction. So what I can see the opportunity here with this community actually, that you can help us to get to that stage, right? Definitely we need to find some way that, how we can improve the data accessibility, but also some collaborative research that we can work on, right? And please reach out. I will be here all day today to talk through, but definitely looking forward to some of those collaboration and the feedback as well, right? This is something we're pretty new on the cloud optimized work that we're trying to make available to the public. But this is something we like you to go and get some of our data, provide us the feedback and help us grow. This is something I think this is where I see there's an opportunity to innovate some of the work that we're trying to do here, and having definitely trust what we do and some of the transparency. We're trying to be transparent what we're trying to do and share the data to the community. So definitely, and the last what I'll say is from the government perspective, we can also help some of the accelerate and sort of coordinate some of the efforts around here, right? So that you can help us in our work, what we're trying to do, but also we can help you to get there. So this is something we can work together in that domain. I'm looking forward to a lot more.
I'll take a little different tack on that, and I'll start with Paige here. Are there other federal mandates or specific agency goals that you see that this collaboration between your open science efforts and the Phosphor-G community would further?
Yeah, that's a great question. It is interesting working in government. I've been here for less than a year, and before that I was a postdoc doing climate research. I realized several of them kind of said their introductory kind of stories of how they got here. That was kind of mine. I was in the climate modeling community. Very interestingly, it seems like a largely different community than this one, but they seem very similar. And I think I could see a lot more communication and collaboration with those communities. And in this year working at NASA, I have really understood how important it is to have these government mandates and to have the government, working on some of this open science. So we might seem a little slow. We have a lot more structures in place that we have to follow sometimes than a lot of the rest of the community. And that's, I think, really where we benefit from collaborating with people like you. I know you all work in very different sectors with your own, red tape, but we all have our different red tape in different ways. I think that's really where I can see this kind of collaboration being really fruitful for all of us. And so I guess going back a little bit to the previous question, talking specifically about climate and weather and water science, these are inherently global sciences. We have oceans and land and rivers and weather everywhere on the planet. And especially with things like climate change, we really want to make sure that we get research and we can take climate action in all the locations around the globe. And what that really means is engaging scientists and researchers and decision makers and software developers and data managers in every location on the globe. And to do that, we need to make sure that we are not putting in place barriers based on the tools and the data that we're using. So to me, this is really one of the best aspects of this idea of open science, that we can really engage with the entire globe so we can actually address these very important issues that everyone is going to face and is already facing today. So as far as these federal mandates, I mean, one of the reasons why we are here today, why NASA and NOAA and many other agencies are really putting open science at the forefront, was from a memo that came out of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy that said they want basically equitable access to government-funded data and research. Now that's very specific in the U.S., and that is one of the things that we are working within. We are U.S. government agencies, so we are prioritizing U.S. communities, and that's where I think this collaboration with all of you can really help make that more international. So that's kind of where we are coming from in a lot of this. Yeah, NASA is really big about making their data available to everyone. I wouldn't say that's a mandate, but that is one of our big goals. And that is, but we can't really, as Chris was mentioning in his talk, we can't really talk just about the data. It's this whole structure, this infrastructure altogether, the software, the standards, all of these things. And so that's really where this community comes in and helping to set some of these standards, helping to create some of this infrastructure so that we really can make our data available. So, yeah, that's my response there.
Ryan, you're kind of working at it from the problem up. I mean, how do you see the collaboration with the open science and open source communities furthering federal societal goals too?
It's a great question. I want to try a little audience participation here to get at this. So raise your hand if you're personally concerned about the climate crisis. Keep your hand up if you feel like the work you're doing in your day job is contributing in some even an infinitesimal way towards the solutions. That's awesome to see, right? So one thing that's changed that I've seen over the past 10 years is the awareness of the urgency of the climate problem. And you can see that in the room today. I bet there's a lot more hands up today than there would have been at this conference 10 years ago. We can, though, especially see this in what's happening in the private sector. There's a huge interest in the climate problem, not just as an academic research problem, but as something that is affecting the bottom line of so many businesses across the economy. So we're seeing this explosion of climate tech, right, which means a lot of different things, but a big part of that means using data, much of it geospatial data, to make decisions about how this economy is going to adapt to climate change. In the open science world, we care a lot about reproducibility as like one of the virtues of open science, and it's almost so widely accepted that like we don't even question like why we care about reproducibility. Like it's just like, oh, it's like one of the 10 commandments of open science is it's supposed to be reproducible. As I've gotten to understand the private sector perspective, I've learned that reproducibility has this flip side that's very, very important to many big companies and organizations, which is transparency of how decisions are being made. How, if a company decides they're going to raise your insurance policy because your home is now at some increased risk for wildfire, people want to know why. They want to understand how that decision was reached, what data went into it, what sort of processing and analysis went into that. Regulators want to know these things, and in fact need to start regulating this type of climate information much more carefully than they are today. So the role that sort of open science and open source software and open data can play is to create this transparency in and reproducibility in how we're using climate information to make these really important society-wide decisions. And that information should not just be locked up within, a few analysts or a few companies that are sort of doing that work. That is really everyone's right to understand, examine, and scrutinize how those decisions are being made. So what does that mean in practice? Well, open standards are a big part of this, right? How we share and exchange data. Things like being able to identify the provenance of data, understanding where data came from. And a much harder problem, I think, is understanding how analysis was performed, particularly once we start using relatively opaque models, like AI-based models, how those models are reaching their conclusions, making that code and those models open and available to scrutiny, available to build upon. These are all things that are good from an open science point of view, but they're also going to really accelerate our species' ability to adapt to this really urgent crisis. So that's a pretty great motivation, I think, for all of us to keep working on this, keep trying to work together and improve the way all of our systems interoperate with this big challenge and goal in mind.
Well, thank you, Ryan. Sudhir, I know that NOAA has many policies, goals, et cetera. How would this collaboration, can you elaborate any more on how this open science, open source software collaboration might help you meet mandates that you're facing or going to face?
So again, so the mandates, I will not talk about, say, the mandates, but, this is our goal, right? Because our primary goal is to serve the American public, right? And what we would like to do is to make sure our data is available. But again, the requirement had changed, right? Because if you remember, before, we're able to put our data sets into the FTP server, and then we say, okay, now data is publicly available, right? But what does that mean, right? Because that data is available, but really not available, right? So we're sort of like a gearing from there to moving towards how we actually make our data set a lot more accessible. I think that's where we're moving towards. So there is a mandate, yes, there is a requirement that most of the data set that they're coming out of the research and also the operational data that's available to the public for use, right? So that's the goal we're heading towards, and we're trying to make sure that those data sets are usable. And again, what Ryan was trying to say, repeatable. That is something we also would like to make sure there is a data integrity as well, right? We want to make sure the data sets that we're making available has the enough metadata to what that indexing to the users. A lot of the times the data set is there make it available, but they don't know what that data means, right? Mm-hmm. So we're trying to do some due diligence now to make sure that we have a rich metadata set as much as possible. And I'm sure a lot of you who are working on the data domain, nobody likes to do that metadata job, right? Because that's a hard thing to do, right? So we're actually working diligently to make sure that we're spending time to write the metadata that follows the standards as well, because the standardization is also something we're looking at, right? So this is one of the important things for open science is not only the data itself, but also how the data set is available, but also the processes that goes behind that, right? A lot of the research publication that's coming out, right? How can we make that the work available so that processes can be repeated by someone else, right? So that's the goal we're heading towards.
Okay. Cool. Chris, you've heard a lot of different responses and reactions now to your challenge, and you've been on standards bodies, et cetera. How do you see, do you have any more thoughts, or is anything that popped to your mind now on open science, FOSS, communication, collaboration?
Yeah, I think one of the things that's going to my mind is just, one, the ease, how we can make this as easy as possible and not just kind of say, here it is, here's the standard, go figure it out. But education material, tutorials, and tools that make it even easier. And then to me, the thing that I think I hit on briefly, but does feel like, there's something there with how do we break down the line between producer and consumer. You know, right now it's very much like publish out, you look to the federal agency, they put their science out, like the scientist makes the thing, you hope he fills out the thing, to making it so more people are participating. And I think it's something we feel in open source software, like when you put something out, you're psyched to see the feedback, and that inspires you more. You're psyched to see people collaborate with you and actually make your stuff better. And I think that creates this virtuous cycle and feedback loop. And yeah, I think you guys have hit on it, but like, and I don't have the answer, but I think that to me is the thing that I think will eventually make this all work, where it's not just like, oh, please, like, fund this and the resources are limited, but like, what are we all working on together? And yeah, I think a lot of it comes back to the data and how do we actually like work with the data, make the data available, make it accessible, and figure out these feedback loops where, yeah, it's easy to like take the NOAA data, combine it with the NASA data, and publish that somewhere. And like for the NASA researcher to see that and the NOAA researcher to see their data being used, that inspires them to fill out metadata and to do these things because somebody's going to read it. Like, I think filling out metadata is frustrating when you think that nobody's going to possibly read this, but when you know someone's going to look at that, it's going to make their job easier. So yeah, how do we get that kind of feedback loops of inspiration?
When I was talking with Sophia before about some of the efforts at USGS, I was impressed by like open science efforts at USGS to engage with like native tribes people to actually crowdsource data in fishery areas. And I can tell you that they're not going to buy proprietary software to communicate that data back. So this community, just like it's done for the OpenStreetMap community, really needs to be working with the open science community to make this stuff, to make the efforts of citizens reach out into and have citizen scientists participate with the open science community. I want to ask about, besides data sharing itself, so that kind of segues to where I wanted to go there. We've talked about how the FOSS4G community and new standards and better software, et cetera, can help us get the data to people to solve problems. Besides that data sharing aspect, do you see any other aspects of open science, particularly with geospatial, that you think could be benefited by working with open source software community? Paige, can you tackle that?
Yeah, I think, I mean, as we've kind of mentioned, open science does mean different things to different people, and it has a pretty broad definition. There actually is a federal definition of open science that stresses not only the sharing of data and the writing of open code and open results, but the process and practice of how we're doing our science. I see all of these aspects as great ways to collaborate with the FOSS4G community. I see in many ways it's funny while we're here saying, oh, how can the open science work with the community, work with the FOSS4G community? I feel like they're very similar. They're maybe one community in many ways. And maybe to what Chris was saying, I think that, maybe, in some ways calling two different communities, maybe kind of artificially separating. We want more people kind of working together. Anyway, we have different backgrounds maybe, but so I think everything we've been talking about, we've talked about data sharing, we've talked about building open source software that can help with the data sharing, but can also help with the processing of the data, the getting to the results, which is, very important in science. And I think you've kind of mentioned the citizen science aspect, which I think is also quite important. NASA does a lot of citizen science, and I think a lot of that is we recognize there are a lot of people interested in getting involved, and that's a great way for us to kind of put a priority on making sure we're using these open tools, so that helps us as well. Let's see, I had a point that I was trying to get to, and now I went in a roundabout manner.
Well, I'll let you can come back to it.
Yeah, so, okay, no, I think, so, from what I can understand about the FOSS4G community, I come from the scientific research. I think there's a lot of that going on, but it's not specific to science research. What the FOSS4G community does with open street maps and things like this, I think it's a little bit more connected to local governments and kind of regional mapping and this kind of thing, which kind of is more grounded in these local communities that aren't necessarily in the research community. And I think that, to me, seems like a really fantastic partnership, where if we could, maybe the kind of open science community can engage more with the FOSS4G community to really make sure that the science results are really becoming are actionable, are actually being used in local governance, in mitigation strategies, if we're talking about climate change and this kind of thing. So again, this is maybe my personal take on what the FOSS4G community is, and some of the differences that we could leverage. But I see that as really one aspect that I think open science, more than data sharing, it's that communication side of that open collaboration. Maybe that's what I see as really beneficial.
Brian, you want to tackle that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll maybe try to say something, provocative to get the blood flowing here a little bit. I think a lot of scientists working in climate or weather or hydrology or oceanography or whatever it may be don't self-identify as doing geospatial stuff. It's not part of the curriculum. It's not part of the training. And it's not really part of the culture. I mean, I did a PhD in climate science from MIT. I graduated without knowing what a CRS is. Like it's a very different world. Those fields need what the geospatial community has, the technology and the tools. But they think of their primary work as trying to understand the chemistry or the physics or the biology of some scientific process. And geospatial is just one aspect of that. So what that means for us, now putting on the hat as a geospatial person, is that, if we try and center like the geospatial aspect as like the core thing that we're doing, it might not find those audiences, and it might not have the impacts that we're looking for. But I think if we can integrate geospatial technology with those existing tools, existing technologies, and embed it, as part of the data, so that the scientists don't have to say, oh, I need to do this extra step to be geospatial, then we're going to go a lot farther. And I'll add one more related point, which is for many of these scientific domains, the time dimension is very important and very hard as well, right? So there's a whole world of data that's just about time series data and temporal data analysis. And here we've got spatial data, but really the scientific problems are all spatial temporal, right? And so I'm curious in hearing more about that time dimension as well, because it's a big challenge for many of these climate and weather data sets. So, weather data may not be very high spatial resolution. It looks very coarse compared to some imagery, but it's 30-minute, outputs for decades, right? So it's large and complex along a whole different dimension. So just a few thoughts about what work lies ahead in order to have those open science impacts.
Yeah. Sudhir, do you want to, you guys must work with other, I'm just kidding. We talked about your work, you're attending other scientific conferences and stuff, but not geo conferences. What are you thinking in terms of how this dialogue could happen?
No, I think one thing I also would like to mention about, it will be nice to have actually policy around how we make there is a collaboration effort going on, right? But it would be good to have some sort of policy around how we support the community.
Yeah,
I think, right? having a, and I don't know exactly what that policy can be, but what I envision is there is a policy that actually allows government to work with the community, right? But again, just having a policy is not enough. There needs to be a funding mechanism available to support that work, right? To sustain, right? Because there are lots of work that's built around the open source community, right? Mm-hmm. And especially in the weather service, we would like to use some of them, but we're operational. We are not able to just take that and use it, right? Because we have, we also have a domain where one part of our program works on the research. There is another program we call R2O, research to operation, right? So there is a processes in a place which makes the research data to operation, right? The same, I would love to see that the same sort of collaboration effort with this community where, we can bring in some of those work built on the tools, the solution that's built that can be used by us as well, right? But there need to be a sort of procedure and look at some of the maturity level, how we can have that software to be integrated in our use cases, right? So have to have some sort of authoritative source workflows that we can have on. But for there need to be some sort of overseeing policies and the procedure in place that we can actually use some of that, right? I think that is one of the things that I see is missing and will be really good to have in that community that will really help us as well as to grow together with this community.
Yeah. Chris, you've actually gone through several of these, but aside from the data sharing part, what other collaboration or what you want to foot stomp on in terms of what the FOSS4G community could do to encourage open science?
Yeah, I mean, Ryan's points resonated with me, and I think just reiterate, the sort of humility, that we need to not say spatial is special, and if only you would do things spatially, then all the problems would be solved, but kind of that meet users way more than halfway and kind of figure out how do we get geospatial so it's easy to use, so it's the path of least resistance, and kind of take that on. So
yeah. Well, I think we have time for one closing thoughts from each of you, and I did want to, as we've gone through here, is there something that you've missed or whatever? So I'll start with Paige, and just, is there one other message that you want to make sure that to leave this audience with, or something that you wanted to make sure you got the point across today?
Mostly, I want to encourage you all to keep doing what you're doing. I think it's great. I love seeing so much in the open source space and the open data, all of what we've been talking about. So, yeah, I'll just encourage you to keep going.
Ryan?
I think my message would be, we're at a really great and exciting time to be working in this space. I think Chris's talk gave a great summary of all the progress that's happened on, particularly around file formats, cloud optimized file formats and standards. And I think, we're good on file formats. Let's not do any more.
Let's get to work.
But now let's build those engines that can work with those file formats and do amazing things with them. And visualization is one application, but large scale, planetary scale compute and analytics and machine learning is, I think, where we're going to go. So I'm really excited to see what everyone is building and what we're going to build. And I think we're about to enter a golden age, basically, for geospatial data in the cloud.
Great. Sudhir, closing thought?
Yeah, so just to recap again, I can't say enough what Ryan, Paige, and then Chris talked about. Yes, we are in that phase, right? We actually, in my program, I'm so excited that now we're actually making some of our data set a lot more available in a way that's chunked, right? Because we talked about some of the geospatial and time series, right? Our users want both. And we're still trying to figure this thing out, right? We don't know, like all of you, I have worked with some of this community to know like what my chunking size is going to be, what my chunking schema is going to be. I don't know, right? So what I'm looking at you here in this community is to help us as well, right? I know there is, and that's why I was talking about like having the right policy, but also I want to see a forged collaboration, and maybe we find some opportunity that FOSS4G can actually help us bridge those, build that collaborative platform with this community, right? But I would like to see like, some of the cool stuff that you're doing that I don't know, right? We don't have all the resource, but we can use your help, right? I think that's what I see, like there's an opportunity for us to work together and use all the capabilities that we have around, and let's help us to help you as well so that we can serve our American public. I think that's the goal I'm looking at. I'm very excited with this opportunity to actually talk and share what we have right now. But this is a lot for me to learn rather than like actually give it to this large community, actually. I'm here to learn.
Thanks, Dirk. Chris, you had to start. You want to recap?
Yeah, Brian's points resonate with me. No more data formats. I'm done with that phase of my career. I think the next step for me is, get all the data in these formats. Like, I mean, it's pretty simple, but like, and it's less sexy work, but that's like literally what I've started to do is just converting things and uploading them. And I think that gets this kind of wheel turning. I think the two things that become real interesting are data schemas, like how do we go not just the format level, but everybody publishing buildings with the same attributes and be able to have those data sets grow. And then within that, I think IDs and getting to global IDs those to me are the next frontiers of make it so everyone could just publish data and it's interoperable, and we're not doing it schema mapping on the fly, but just starting to coalesce the data in common ways and publish it in common ways. So yeah, that's my closing, more technical thought.
Well, I want to thank all four of you, and I also want to thank Sophia, who wasn't able to be here, but did contributed mightily to all the questions. Really appreciate the discussion. If you wouldn't mind. Okay, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started. I want to, before I introduce Paul and we have our final keynote, I want to take a moment to thank the FOSS4G North America Organizing Committee for what's been a really, really great event. I especially want to, I probably am going to miss somebody, but I especially want to start out thanking Guido Stein for his leadership and work and all this. And Guido, really appreciate it. So much work. I would like, if people who are on the committee at the end of Paul's keynote, if you want to come down here, we'll do a group photo. I want to, other people, the committee has been so great. Michelle Tobias, our community lead and social media outreach. Thank you so much, Michelle. Michael Turner and Regina Obi. Regina was unfortunately unable to make it, and all the people on the program committee, Ryan Burley, Bill Dollins for all the work on the committee, and then on sponsorship. Doug Newcomb, Mike Williams and Jillian Long on volunteering. It's just fantastic. Matt Hansen, Vicky Vergara for all your work on the committee and a great keynote. Randy Hale, Eric Perper, Laura Wood Miller, James Cloninger and the Motif team for all their help. Maggie Colley and the OSM US team for their help. And of course, Project Geospatial for doing our videography. And we will, this session will be recorded. All the plenaries were recorded. The government sessions were recorded. FedGeoDay is recovered. recorded, and they're going to be available in the next couple of weeks. The Project Geospatial website will have them there. So if you have any trouble, just reach out and we'll get it. Okay, so I'm going to just, and I don't think I missed anybody, I'm sure. Oh, and thank you for the Delaney event staff, Caitlin and Cindy, just fantastic work. That was really nice. And to all of our speakers, I mean, thanks to all of you. I mean, you were all the speakers, and Vicki, I think you did such a great job saying it's just us. You know, there's no big corporation or whatever. It's just us. Your programs have been so wonderful. So our closing keynote is going to be by Paul Ramsey. Paul, many of you know, was co-founder of the PostGIS project in 2001. He's been so active in these in the Phosphor-G community as a speaker, as a leader. He's a senior geospatial engineer at Crunchy Data, working with some of the thorniest geospatial problems around. And it's really a privilege to have Paul close out Phosphor-G North America 2023 as our closing keynote. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, I was asked the organizing committee what you guys were all interested in hearing, and self-righteous moralizing. Will that fit the bill? Because that's all I got. That's all I got. Yeah, so before we get started, excuse me, there's one little formality. Permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of this keynote to deal in the keynote without restriction, including without limitation the rights to use, copy, modify, merge, publish, distribute, sublicense, and or sell copies of the keynote, and to permit persons to whom the keynote is furnished to do so. This keynote is provided as is, without warranty of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability, fitness for a particular purpose, or non-infringement. In no event shall the author be liable for any claim, damages, or other liability, whether in an action of contract, tort, or otherwise, arising from, out of, or in connection with the keynote, or the use or other dealings with the keynote. Got it? These are the terms of MIT No Attribution Open Source License, and just to be perfectly clear, I owe you all nothing. And in return, reciprocally, you all owe me nothing. You do not have to pay me, not a lot, not a little. You can do whatever you want with this keynote. So here's a question. What value does it have? I am giving this keynote to you in exchange for nothing. So by basic economic principles, it must have no value. At least if I am an economically rational, self-maximizing entity of the sort our society is presumed to run upon. And you also are rational self-maximizing entities. Then it must have no value, but am I a rational self-maximizing entity? Are you? Like, why are we here, we rational self-maximizing entities, in a room all discussing worthless software with people to whom we owe nothing at all? Like, clearly there is something missing in a classic microeconomic distillation of the open source phenomenon. The most obvious missing piece in the reductive economic approach is society, relationships, non-monetary obligation, purpose, all the things that make us human. The other thing missing in this strange tale of worthless software, worthless valuable software, is that since the dawn of the free software era, this valuable worthless software has continued to evolve and grow and multiply in apparent defiance of the basic laws of economics. And I have a talk, half talk, written back on my desk about the morality of open source, but because of this strange paradox of worthless valuable software that grows and develops and outcompetes the alternatives, yet is controlled by no one and free to all, because of this, I keep coming back helplessly to the topic of money. Money, 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 money. I mean, yes, I like building open source for the engagement with the community and for the sense of purpose from seeing the software used all over the world. for enabling people who might otherwise never have the tools. And I like using open source for the flexibility, the way it's developed from a perspective of user needs, not corporate monetization. And I like feeling useful, knowing that my work has enabled other people to build and create things they might otherwise not have made. But also, I like buying groceries. And I have a crippling addiction to cafe lattes. I enjoy taking a hot shower from time to time and being out of the rain. And in this, I'm not alone. There is a tension inherent in the core legal promise of open source. You owe me nothing. I would like to eat. And notwithstanding all that, being owed nothing, I'm clearly not starving. I'm not even hungry, and that requires some explanation. So let me share two equally true facts about open source. First, people are making an awful lot of money from open source software, myself included. And second, people are making basically no money at all from open source software, myself included. So how do I manage this trick, making a lot of money and making basically no money at all? So there are a number of people like me whose salaries are paid by companies and institutions who want them to do nothing but wake up every day and make open source projects better and faster and stronger. One of these people is Linus Torvalds, who created Linux and now works a very comfortable job for the Linux Foundation, which pays him handsomely, and in turn is supported with very significant donations from the largest companies in the world. So is Linus Torvalds making a lot of money from open source or a little? Well, Linus Torvalds is not the only person to create a world-changing operating system that completely reconfigures the technology industry. There's this other guy too. Like Bill Gates managed that trick too about 15 years earlier, and he's about 10,000 times richer. Relatively speaking, Linus Torvalds created the foundational technology of our cloud computing infrastructure and managed to make basically no money at all. What's up with that? Well, the problem, if there is one, is that Linus Torvalds decided to work in the open and allow anyone else to use his source code for anything they wanted without restriction. And as a result, his software got more useful to more people more quickly than anything that Microsoft ever sold. It's just that the good part of the open source, the freedom, is not consistent with forcefully extracting fat stacks of dollars from the economy. And the Free Software Foundation has some bracing words about the virtue of software freedom, in contrast to other development models. They say, there is nothing wrong with wanting pay for work or seeking to maximize one's income as long as one does not use means that are destructive. But the means customary in the field of software today are based on destruction. Extracting money from the users of a program by restricting their use of it is destructive because the restrictions reduce the amount and the ways that the program can be used. This reduces the amount of wealth that humanity derives from the program. The Free Software Foundation very much does not consider Bill Gates to be a good citizen, notwithstanding the malaria fighting and polo fighting and the climate researching and all the other good stuff that he's funded since his original sins. Back in 1986, at the dawn of free software, Byte magazine interviewed Richard Stallman, the, at that point, undisgraced founder of the Free Software Foundation. And I found this part really interesting. Byte asks, a cynic might wonder how you earn your living. And Stallman answers, from consulting. When I do consulting, I always reserve the right to give away what I wrote for the consulting job. Also, I could be making my living by mailing copies of free software that I wrote and some that other people wrote. But as long as I can go on making a living by consulting, I think that's the best way. And then Byte, being curious people, ask, what is currently included? I lost my place. What is currently included in the official GNU distribution tape? And Stallman answers, right now, the tape contains GNU Emacs, Bison, MIT Scheme, and Hack. Now, before I go on, I want you to imagine mailing away money, $400 in today's money, to MIT and getting back in return a magnetic tape containing Emacs, Bison, Scheme, and Hack. Close your eyes and luxuriate, right, in the idea of a computing environment so simple and pristine, but at the same time so empty and lonely that a tape copy of these weird bits and bobs is worth taking the time to mail away for. Simpler times. Anyways, we live in the present, and from the original profit of free software, we get the following modes of making a living while not engaging in IP licensing or restricting the uses people can put software to. Consulting and mailing magnetic tapes around. So first, consulting. This is a huge one, and almost nobody talks about it much. But the simple expedient of holding knowledge in your head about a niche topic, like a piece of open source software, and then selling access to that knowledge in the form of an hourly fee. This is really the whole game. If I got laid off by Crunchy Data tomorrow, and I sincerely hope I do not, the very next day I would be hanging up a shingle saying, "Come rent my knowledge of PostGIS and Postgres and web mapping technology." Consulting really is the perfect match for open source software, since there is no real barrier to entry. You find a piece of software that turns your crank, you build up expertise in it, and then something, profit. So for a new project or a small project, consulting is usually the only way for the project to capture value. Like the life cycle of most open source projects is to start very small with a developer or user base of one. The developer is solving their own problem. Now, if the developer is very, very lucky and very good, they can build that initial seed up to a small community of users and maybe some other contributors. With even more luck, that community will bring the project into use at some institution somewhere that is willing to pay some money for some work. And at that point, according to the 2023 Tidelift Open Source Maintainers Survey, at that point they will join the 36% of open source developers who earn more than $0 from their work, although they will probably not join the 13% who earn most of their income from open source work. A number of the projects in our own ecosystem are developed largely on a consulting basis. GDAL, the ubiquitous image handling library, PDAL, the library handling library, QGIS, to a shocking degree, frankly, for a project of such size and influence. QGIS has developers earning livings through consulting. You can hear, perhaps, in my voice, a certain reticence about celebrating the consulting model. Consulting can happen around projects of all sizes, of all maturities. It doesn't require startup funds or any particular organizational scale. So you almost think is consulting the magic bullet? No, it's a foundational piece, and to note that people with expertise can leverage that expertise into services revenue, but it has some serious issues when it comes to maintaining large pieces of critical software infrastructure. First, the kind of business that consulting generates tends to be new features oriented. This is maybe fine when the software is new and growing, for exploring capabilities, but as the software matures, it can lead to features that are built and then abandoned, and to a lack of focus on the kinds of things that customers don't want to pay for. Things like continuous integration, code modernization, platform support, packaging, documentation, all the things that add resilience and stability to software and community. Consulting can build projects that are large, but often fails to build projects that are strong. Second, the intermittent nature of consulting can easily burn out contributors. I know quite a few people who ended up leaving open source work in favor of corporate stability. The project is not well served when the maintainers are living a precarious existence. They'll take on jobs that are bad for the project just for the money, or they'll just leave. And the project will risk abandonment if another maintainer does not come along. So what's the answer? Clearly, in an ideal world, there would be organizations that can consolidate the value that the world is getting from free and open source software and use that money to hire maintainers on a full-time basis at industry competitive wages. And that brings us to Richard Stallman's second source of free software income, selling those magnetic tapes, which, as it happens, is a specific example of distribution. When Stallman sold his funky tape full of GNU programming utilities, he was to some extent supporting his software development work, since he worked on many of those projects. So in that respect, distribution was a revenue model that was feeding the underlying projects. But distribution revenue isn't restricted to just the people who work on the software. Free software is free. It's free to copy, free to change, free to do anything you want with. So distribution revenue won't necessarily go to people who are good at free software development. It will go to people who are good at distribution. Dun, dun, dun. So when I was installing Linux on my computers back in the late 90s, I would get a copy of the latest version of Red Hat by mailing an outfit called Walnut Creek Software, who would ship me a little stack of CD-ROMs. And this money was collected by Walnut Creek for the service of collating the software, burning it to a disk, and mailing it to me. Red Hat Linux, the business that actually built the distribution, compiling all the parts, integrating and testing the full operating system, they got nothing. And the thousands of people who actually wrote the software, the libraries, utilities, the very kernel that Linus Torvalds was working on, unpaid as a Finnish graduate student at the time, got nothing. Distribution is an incredibly powerful choke point in the software economy because it is the place where convenience can be converted into dollars at the highest rate. And convenience is one of the few things that open source consumers will pay for. Before I get deep into distribution, I want to go back, roll back to my rosy vision of organizations creating value around open source and using that income to pay for open source maintenance because I work for an organization like that. They are not just a theoretical construct or wishful thinking. There is a thing called a professional open source support company. Crunchy Data is a professional open source support company. Red Hat is also a professional open source support company. How does this work? What is the value that such companies provide? Why is it worth money? My favorite explanation of this model comes from a guy named James Dixon from Petaho, and he calls it the beekeeper model. Basically, the idea is that open source developers are kind of like bees. They get together and they produce this wonderful, tasty honey, which you would love to eat, right? But they also have this kind of alien culture that you don't understand. And if you annoy them, they might sting you. Particularly for big, stodgy enterprises with lots of internal rules and procedures, interacting directly with an open source community is like trying to get honey in your tea by reaching your hand directly into a hive. Right? It is not going to end well. What the stodgy enterprises need is an organization to mediate the relationship between the big, stodgy end user organization and the freewheeling, weird, and potentially painful free software community. And the insight here is that there is a lot of value in this mediating role. There are things that a company that is alert to the needs of its clients can do, things that communities never will. One of the things that Crunchy Data did early in its existence, selling Postgres support into the US federal government, is to write a STIG for Postgres. Do you know what a STIG is? Yeah, there's some people nodding. It is an unfathomably boring document that walks you step by step on how to configure the software in a secure way. And only if your software has a STIG that you have followed will be it approved for development or for deployment on government systems. Every single component of a big government system, from the OS to the database to the web servers, will have an associated STIG document. And believe me, there is no way I will ever write one unless someone backs up a huge dump truck of money in front of me. Incidentally, there's also a thing called Common Criteria Certification that requires us to review every single commit made to the code base. And in order to maintain Crunchy's Common Criteria Certification of PostGIS, I regularly review every single commit to the PostGIS code base. It is not fun, but it's my job, and it creates value for some of our customers. So there's a model. There's a model that aggregates money from large institutional users of open source software, sufficient to pay full-time developers to continue the development and maintenance of free software. The professional open source support company. Problem solved? Not really. Like the consulting model, there's some serious deficiencies to this model. So, I mean, first, have a look at some of the companies that have made this model work. Red Hat Linux, SUSE Linux, in the Linux space, Crunchy Data, EDB in the Postgres space. What they have in common is supporting fairly low-level infrastructural components and supporting their operations. Basically, people don't pay for support until they go to production, and they only pay for production support for systems that are mission critical. So Linux only became a product that occasioned enterprise support when enterprises actually started running mission critical workloads on it, which was really quite recently, like as these things go. So this is all well and good for infrastructural software, but it doesn't do much for front-end tooling, it doesn't do much for data science, user-facing desktop software like QGIS. The professional support model found a niche, and a good niche, in mission-critical production deployment, but not much more. I'm going to skip over two monetization models, dual licensing and open core, because I think they are fundamentally broken in that they are just tweaks on proprietary licensing of intellectual property. Like the long run trajectory of these models is toward corporate control, not community expansion. Like for example, here is a partial list of well-known open core companies that no longer distribute their software under open source. Why? They're all profitable, but none of them presumably was profitable enough for their venture capital boards. So they dumped their open source licensing. So I really don't think that relicensing or open core are going to be the most important future models for building value around open source. The model I do think important and will stay important for the next 10 years is open source in the cloud. Open source on the cloud, I mean, it's just another twist on distribution as a locus of value extraction. Just like the CD-ROM, it's the software company that mailed me CD-ROMs, the cloud providers can sit at the choke point of convenience and charge money for open source, while the open source communities behind that choke point very often receive nothing. They are not required to support the communities, and by and large, until quite recently, they mostly haven't. And this is entirely their right, although it's not super smart, since it starves the very projects that they're monetizing. It's not difficult to put hard numbers on the amount of money that cloud providers are extracting from the value of open source software. And this is an example around Postgres, but you can build it around other things. You can rent an AWS T3 2X large instance running Linux for 33.28 cents per hour. You can rent that same instance as an RDS database instance running Postgres, and AWS will charge you 57.9 cents per hour. So the Postgres premium that AWS is charging and putting directly into its pocket is 24.6 cents per hour. That's real money. Like that's almost half the cost. Many, many millions of dollars that AWS is receiving directly for running open source software on its infrastructure. And the open source deal, where they owe the authors nothing, that deal is working out real well for them. I first made this point publicly at a talk at Foster G North America in 2019. And some people at AWS, they got a little prickly about it. They said, there's a false equivalence in that slide. Using RDS is not the same as launching EC2 and downloading a database engine. It provides many additional features. Okay, fair point. In slicing up the total value of the AWS offering of the server and the database, I missed a slice, right? The AWS management backplane. So I wondered, like, how much was that backplane worth? So I asked, how much of the value over and above bare EC2 would you say AWS, the AWS part of RDS, is providing? 10%, 20%, 50%, 80%? To which he replied, I don't know the answer to that. It depends on what it would cost a specific customer to build and operate those capabilities. Which made me a little mad, right? The implication is that all the money that customers are paying for RDS is for the server and the backplane. That's the only thing of value in the offering, the only thing customers are paying for, which is completely infuriating, right? And also, correct? Customers have the option of running manually assembled EC2 Postgres combinations, and they largely don't. They pay the premium for RDS. Ergo, the premium must be entirely the management backplane. That sucks, right? And it still doesn't seem fair. The backplane's worthless without the database. But AWS not only takes the money, they also somehow manage to take the credit, too. They provide value worth paying for. The Postgres open source community somehow does not. If this were the whole story on the cloud, which is going to be the preeminent purveyor of open source for the next generation, this would be very, very bad news indeed. But the news is not all bad. Now, I pointed out earlier that Red Hat Linux employs Linux experts to work on the software and to backstop their claimed ability to support the software for enterprises. Like, this is the same promise Crunchy makes for Postgres and PostGIS. It's why we employ Tom Lane and Stephen Frost and other longtime Postgres experts, and also me and Martin Davis on the spatial side. It's not too much of a reach to imagine a world in which the cloud providers need to employ contributors to the projects they spin to demonstrate their ability to support the software they're running for corporations and governments and other serious organizations in the world. Back in 2019, when I first rolled out my AWS premium argument, I pointed out that at that point, AWS employed exactly one of 28 active Postgres contributors, which was frankly one more than I thought they employed. That seemed like a travesty, given the amount of value they were extracting from the software. That is also, 4 years later, here in 2023, no longer true. AWS employs a number of committers and community members. Similarly, Azure employs a number of active contributors. Ironically, Google, which was a very early corporate proponent of open source, really lags the field of the big three in this particular metric. If you poke around major infrastructural open source projects that are spun in the clouds now, it's pretty common to find major contributors who are also cloud employees. It seems like, finally, the big clouds, big tech, big corporate users of open source in general are slowly coming to terms with the fact that if they do not directly support some open source development, the goose that lays the golden eggs won't survive. Or even worse, it will survive as a zombie goose that lays occasional eggs of shit. In 2014, the Heartbleed bug in OpenSSL opened up every secure service on the web to zero-day remote access exploits. It was a big deal. They wrote about it in the newspaper. It cost the big providers millions to remediate, and it was caused by a very small change in the OpenSSL library that was introduced because the maintainer of OpenSSL, and there was only one full-time maintainer at that point, was overworked, underpaid, and making what money he did through the venerable activity of consulting. He had paid contracts to add features, but maintenance was done on his own time. Mistakes were made. And afterwards, the big cloud providers got together and created the Core Infrastructure Initiative, which is basically a big pot of money they direct to projects that need sustainability funding. It's a very self-interested initiative. But that's in many ways a good thing. If big companies are finally starting to realize that it is in their self-interest to fund development that is not necessarily immediately monetizable. That money spent today on open source maintenance will save money tomorrow in higher reliability, security, and quality. At least, maybe they're realizing that, maybe not. Back in our own world of geospatial, you have all probably heard about the GEOREWIND project. The GEOREWIND project is a library and set of command line tools that allow you to read and write any of dozens of imagery formats and to apply common transformations to that imagery, resampling, reprojecting, masking, color mapping, even contouring or applying kernel features to the rasters. You can use GEOREWIND on its own, inside scripting languages. You can use it inside QGIS, inside PostGIS, inside Google Earth, anywhere geospatial images and rasters show up. And over the last 10 years, the default place for large imagery collectors to dump their imagery has been the cloud. And the tool they use to do processing of that data, both before storing it and after, is usually GEOREWIND, or a scripting language like Python wrapped around GEOREWIND. There's really no alternative technology. GEOREWIND either works well, or the trains stop running. So, who's getting business value from GEOREWIND? Well, thousands of people on an individual basis, folks here, but on an aggregate organizational basis, the big imagery creators and the cloud providers whose storage is only useful because GEOREWIND can access their imagery directly and efficiently. And so one of the most positive and most surprising developments in open source funding in the last few years happened when the GEOREWIND project was able to fundraise over $250,000 in recurring funding from big cloud companies, big satellite imagery companies, and big space companies, not funding for future development, not consulting work, but funding for specific or non-specific maintenance and core enhancements. Big companies were finally supporting the infrastructure they run on. The GEODAL project used an existing nonprofit, NumFocus, as the banker to invoice the sponsors and manage the account. And that GEODAL money was used to support 50% of core developer Evan Roll's time, and he still made the other half doing normal open source consulting. Some of the funds were spent to maintain libraries that GEODAL depends on, even further upstream. The GEOS project, for example, is used by GEODAL for computational geometry support. GEOS got funding from GEODAL for 6 months of core maintenance work, which has resulted in a cleaner, faster, more future-friendly code base. I gave a shorter version of this talk like just 6 months ago, and I concluded, I was done, that maybe finally things are getting better. Yes, the clouds are creaming off most of the monetary benefit of open source, but they were starting to feed back into these communities by hiring core contributors and incubating new contributors and their staffs by doing sponsorships. And the GEODAL example seemed like a wonderful one in which the major corporations shared the burden via sponsorship. No one company, not even a really huge dedicated imagery company, needs to hire a full-time GEODAL developer. But in aggregate, altogether, they could each purchase 20% of a GEODAL developer. So yeah, my internal unicorn was jumping over rainbows. And then this spring, NumFocus started calling around the sponsors for renewals. And one, after the whole year of sponsorship, the big corporations all started dropping off. AWS, Maxar, Planet. Now Planet had a round of layoffs this summer, is losing money, that's fine. Okay, life comes at you fast. But AWS pulled in first quarter revenue of $21 billion last year, first quarter, with 25% gross margins. This is very much a live situation. The GEODAL team called their contacts in AWS and Maxar and Planet, and the message coming back was generally that management didn't see the business case for the sponsorship. Now, the business case had been made the previous year. That's how the sponsorship was in place. But the internal context had to make the case all over again. So as of the moment I'm writing this, AWS has restored their full sponsorship. Maxar has restored a smaller one. Planet is still deciding. Microsoft and Esri are both hanging in there as sponsored. While it's great that the GEODAL funding is still mostly in place, things have gotten better again, it's maybe questioned the core premise of the effort. And the core premise is that corporations could ever fully appreciate the operational importance of supporting the open source software they leverage value out of. The individuals, the people we talk to inside the companies, they get it. They understand, they convey the message upward, but the organization itself is constantly thermostatically returning to the plain fact that with open source, it says right on the package, they own nothing. And our allies in these corporations, they have lives and careers. They won't be in the corporation forever. They won't be willing to spend reputational capital on the effort forever. This would be the moment for someone in the audience to stand up and yell, corporations are just maximizing shareholder value.
Corporations are just maximizing shareholder value, idiots.
And my answer would be, you know, I'm 52 years old, so I'm a young man. But that's still just old enough to remember that maximizing shareholder value was once a new idea. That there used to be a different rule. As recently as 1980, managing to maximize value over a number of stakeholder groups. Shareholders, yes, but also employees, customers, suppliers, and the local community. That was considered the corporate management best practice. There's nothing special about the way things are done now, except they happen to be the way things are done now. I talked earlier about Linus Torvalds and Bill Gates and the huge disparity in the amount of value they captured for themselves and their families. A few millions for Torvalds, hundreds of billions for Gates. So, big win for personal avarice, right? Except, why do we stop counting? once we've totted up how much money these men have personally extracted from the economy. For example, the first Google production rack was built with a mix of proprietary Sun hardware and Linux servers. Google quickly became and remains a 100% Linux-based company. Imagine if they had had to buy all their servers from Sun. How much additional Linux created value resides in the pockets of Sergey Brin and Larry Page? Similarly, Facebook was started with MySQL and PHP running on Linux servers. Thanks, Mark. Big chunks of it still use that stack. Like in a counterfactual world where Windows was the only operating system, how does Facebook grow to be as valuable as Microsoft? How much of that Facebook value is Linux and PHP and MySQL value? Economists have a word for the things they cannot account for in their models of the world. They call them externalities. And the usual example is factories dumping waste into public rivers, converting the cost of dealing with pollution from a private expense to a public expense. And it goes largely unremarked, but the whole internet economy of the past 20 years has been the beneficiary of a massive externality in the acquiring of server systems that in the ordinary course of affairs would have been hugely expensive. Operating systems, databases, language, development tools, all obtained for $0 in capital investment. Google, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Airbnb, GitHub, pretty much every billion-dollar startup has been constructed through the slapping together of a vast collection of open source software components. Now, these have been immensely clever collections of software components combined with deft market making and messaging, so credit where credit is due. But remember, no matter how clever the brick builder is, he is not going to be able to build much of a house without bricks. So let's update our evaluation of Bill Gates and Linus Torvalds. How does our evaluation of these two extraordinarily consequential innovators change if instead of asking ourselves how much value they captured in the market, we instead ask ourselves how much value they created for society? It's a very different valuation, isn't it? On that metric, Linus Torvalds' social capital is just as impressive as Bill Gates. And why would we care, how much value they created? Because we live in a society, and we all share in that created value in a way we do not necessarily share in that market-captured value. As a society, we already recognize that markets are bad at solving certain kinds of problems. Here's a thought experiment. What would the interstate highway system look like if it was built and maintained entirely by a voluntary consortium of trucking companies? Like, pretty bad, right? And yet this is the model. This is the model we continue to apply to the digital infrastructure that runs our economy. The gravel and cement and asphalt of the 21st century are libraries and languages and operating systems that are currently being maintained by voluntary consortia of their users. So on the one hand, here we are, economically rational entities, satisfied users of all this software that our economy values at nothing. Something is working. Why argue with success? On the other hand, even the single most foundational project, the most successful project in the whole open source world, Linux, is having problems that would be completely familiar to the maintainers of GDAL or any of the other small geospatial libraries. This article, long-term support for Linux kernel to be cut as maintenance remains under strain. This article showed up in my news feed literally while I was writing this speech. And it is a testament to the success of the status quo. There are 2,000 developers involved in Linux, many of them full-time employees of a wide range of corporations. That is a huge success. But just like any other consulting company, these corporate employers of Linux developers are paying for them to add features while expecting the community work of project maintenance to happen for free in their spare time. So Joseph Bacik, Linux kernel file system developer and maintainer. Maintainers are burning out because maintainers don't scale. Derek Wong, another senior Linux kernel maintainer. This cannot stand. We need help. What the Linux maintainers are dealing with, what you can hear other maintainers complain about, what you can get me to complain about with very little prompting. This is the open source bargain. And it looks on the surface to be a very poor bargain indeed. You will get very little money for changing the world. But the reverse is also true, and it is so very important. You can change the world for very little money. The very thing that makes it hard for open source to capture value, the freedoms granted by the license, allows open source to create immense amounts of value, because there is nothing stopping anyone from using it for anything, anywhere. That leverage is so large that relatively small contributions can have huge effects. And as a result, there's truly no organization too small to make a big impact in the open source world. Because we're here in the DC metro area, I am sure there are a lot of civil servants in the room. Civil servants? Yeah. Woo! Let's hear it for civil service. Which is great. In an only very slightly different alternate universe, I would be a British Columbia civil servant. I was one for a short time early in my career, and I appreciated the sense of public spirit and purpose. My friend and professional mentor, Mark Sondheim, was a civil servant in the British Columbia government. He died earlier this year at the age of 70. You have probably not heard of him before. He never progressed any higher than a program manager. He never managed an annual budget of more than a few $1,000,000. And yet I can almost guarantee you that everyone in this room uses software that he brought into being and kept vital. PostGIS came into being in 2001 in my small geospatial consulting company. The very first production PostGIS system stored 1.5 million records of the British Columbia Digital Road Atlas. This is a program that Mark managed. In addition to giving us his early vote of confidence, letting us use PostGIS for his program, Mark let us devote part of our digital roads contract budget to maintenance and development of PostGIS. Just as companies can charge money for activities that are adjacent to open source software, consulting or standards or certification or support or distribution, so too, government can spend money via open source adjacent projects on open source maintenance and development. What made Mark really unique, though, as a civil servant was his desire to innovate from within government, and in later years to multiply the impact of that innovation using open source licensing. So I won't talk about his early projects, which predated the free software era, but I will talk about his greatest successes, JTS and GEOS. In the late 90s, Mark was frustrated that every piece of GIS processing seemed to be tied to a GIS system. And it was clear that geospatial was moving beyond the desktop, but the whole industry was still slave to the desktop model, and worse, to desktop pricing. He dreamed of GIS without the GIS. And that was a big dream in the late 90s, but he had a long-term plan. And that started with a computational geometry library, a foundational library to define the core geometry objects and the basic operations on those objects. And the OpenGIS Simple Features Standard provided the design template. Now, Mark got $250,000 from a federal government innovation fund, and he contracted a local company to build this library. And in the contract, he specified two things. First, that the copyright would be held by the company, not the Queen. And second, that the software would be released under an open source license. Now, the first requirement ensured the government didn't lock up the software in an intellectual property office. And the second requirement ensured that the company didn't do basically the same thing. The result was the JTS topology suite, the Java topology suite, which you'll find in GeoServer and GeoTools and any other spatial software in Java. JTS was translated into C++ and connected to PostGIS by my company a few months after JTS was first released. That C++ port is called GEOS, and you'll find it in PostGIS and GDAL and QGIS, Shapely, really any other C or C++ based open software. You'll also find JavaScript ports in your web maps, you'll find Golang ports and Rust ports and so on. It is truly a foundational piece of infrastructure, and it only exists because of the innovative spirit of a single British Columbia civil servant. Just as we've forgotten that corporations used to care more about more than shareholder value, we've forgotten the government used to consider itself a source of innovation. And not derivative value capturing innovation like the cell phone taxi service or the hotel in your house service, but foundational value creating innovation. Who created the basic research that led to electronic computing? The Army. Who was the first customer for the integrated circuit? The Air Force. Who built the first internetworks and brought the first routers? DARPA. Where was the World Wide Web invented? CERN. Where was the first graphical web browser developed? The University of Illinois. Who built GRASS, GIS? The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And why is there still an active research and open community around GRASS? Because someone in the Corps, I'd love to know the story, someone in the Corps had the smarts to open source it in 1999. Government and civil servants can develop and seed new innovations and lay down infrastructure that will be used for decades to come. It doesn't even take a great deal of money. It just takes the vision to look a little distance over the horizon. Over the horizon, I hope, is a new status quo in which we get beyond the minimalist open source obligations. Sure, I owe you nothing. You owe me nothing. Those are the rules. But beyond the rules, there is the context. We do, in fact, depend on each other. We do live in a society. So what can we be doing in the complicated and intransigent present to make this society better? We all have our roles and we all have our context. What can we do now? Open source developers and maintainers. They need to recognize that money can be surprisingly hard to move, and they need to be proactive to build the channels for money to flow for them. Like, no amount of goodwill in the world will help fund open source maintenance if the channels are not there for the money to flow. Yes, we have consulting, we have professional open source companies, we have sponsorship programs, we have GitHub sponsorships and Patreon. We still need more. One of the key success factors of the GEOREWIND Maintenance Fund was bringing NumFocus, an existing organization with financial controls and full-time staff to handle the logistics of moving money, bringing NumFocus into the picture. It made working with the large corporations way easier. But even so, that's not enough, because the sponsorship model doesn't work for the broader public sector. Governments are mostly not allowed to do sponsorship. We need to do better. Open source maintainers also need to keep innovating on models to monetize their value add. The primary value add developers have, above raw software, is their human capital, their knowledge and their social connections to other developers. How do we monetize that? Mostly we give it away. We give it away on message boards and at conferences like this one. The most common monetization strategy is the one I've used for the last 10 years, is work directly for a company willing to pay for that open source human capital. But that doesn't work for many organizations that can't afford to hire one whole human. My colleague, Howard Butler at Hobu, has been experimenting with a new model lately of providing fractional development support for PEDAL, delivered live via Slack. It's a novel approach. It opens up another channel for the money to flow in increments smaller than a whole developer, without tying the money to new feature development. We need more business innovation of this sort. Open source development is a partner between users and developers. And developers, we need to do our part. And one of the big surprises I've found, particularly after giving a speech like this, one of the big surprises I've found around open source and money is how frequently organizations are willing to fund. It's like, oh, you need money? Boy, we can get you money. Once they know there's an administratively simple way to move the money. It's about moving it. It's not about having it or even having the will to spend it. It's about opening up the mechanisms to move it. The private sector users of open source, they need to step up to the funding channels that already exist. There's already lots of mechanisms for project sponsorships and for micro donations via GitHub and Patreon. These mechanisms are mostly ignored by corporate users, but they shouldn't be, because to ignore them is to build castles of software on foundations of sand. A recent change I've noticed is that large software organizations are carefully mapping out their software dependency chains for legal and licensing purposes. The EU CRA, that's probably going to result in even more of this so-called supply chain, software supply chain mapping. These maps should be used not just as compliance tools, not just as liability shields, they should be used as investment tools. These maps show you what software you depend on, so make sure that you keep it alive and healthy. What you do not water will not grow. For software organizations making money by monetizing open source, and naturally I'm staring aggressively at cloud vendors, they need to step up and directly fund and staff the maintenance of the software they spin and the critical dependencies of that software. These are big organizations. They know the dependency structure of their software. They have open source program offices. There is no excuse. They are doing better. The directionality is good. They need to do more still. Finally, the public sector. And I lay a lot at the feet of the public sector because it is the foundational institution of our society. And we are talking here about society building. If the public sector does not lead, the rest of society cannot be expected to follow. Do we truly believe that open source software is infrastructure? If we believe it, then the public sector should act like it is. Like in the short term, follow the example of my friend Mark. Be creative with funding vehicles already in your grasp. Insist contractually that your vendors work in the open, that they make them deliver under open source licenses, managed in public, with complete documentation and reproducible builds. Pay a little more for good development practices. Break applications up into reusable, generic core components and the parts specific to you. Insist on reuse of common upstream libraries and pay for contributions to those libraries as a normalized part of development. Remember, modern software is not built with 1 million commits to one repository. It's built of work spread out across a huge collection of software that is then brought together to solve a problem. If your vendor is not working and frankly billing you to improve upstream libraries, then they are working against your interests and against society's long-term interests. Get rid of them. In the longer term, use the power of the purse. Cloud software is going to be required to submit bills of materials, software chains of dependency. That is a roadmap to a requirement that some percentage of spend be spent on maintenance. No one should be selling software to government that they aren't also spending effort or dollars to maintain. Insist on smart ethical behavior from your vendors. This should become part of the standard contract templates, just as much as insurance clauses and security clauses already are. There's nothing mysterious about insisting on maintenance. It's just insisting on insurance, and it's what we expect from any other piece of public infrastructure. I started off this talk by telling you what you owe me, which is nothing, which is what I owe you. I do, however, have a debt to society, the society that has educated and supported me and kept me safe these 52 years. I owe it the care to do a good job, and I owe it enough future focus to ensure that the software I care for will survive me. You all owe society something too, depending on your context, your life condition, your purpose, and your skills. What do we owe each other? What we owe each other is everything we need. What we owe each other is everything we can afford to give. Thank you very much.
All right. I see what they say about oh, here we go. Now it's a party. It's only one chart. Hey, everybody. I'm welcome you guys. I'm happy you guys are here to be a part of this panel when we talk about FOSS4G and the federal agencies and why this is important. You know, I'm a little different than a lot of people in this room. I didn't grow up with the geospatial background. I came into NGA and then I learned all these things and learned a lot about this and I loved it and learned it. So this is important to me. And so we have a great panel. You'll see that one person's not there. Jason's not here today. He got a little sick. He might have COVID. I don't know what he has, so he could not be here. And we felt it'd be good that he didn't show up. So he's not here. So we have but even without Jason, we have a great panel, and I'll let them introduce themselves actually. I'll start from Nate and go from that and work our way in.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. So Nate France, I have a couple jobs. So 18 years at the Geospatial Research Lab. That's Army Corps of Engineers, Engineer Research and Development Center. Done a lot of R&D there, mostly focused around mobile application development, dismounted routing, a few other things, APNT, assured positioning, etc. Also work with the Army Geospatial Center. So I work with their standards team there for development and integration with Army systems. And then also a couple years ago, started working with the TAC Product Center. So if you're not familiar with TAC, it's the Team Awareness Kit on the civilian side, or the military side, it's the Tactical Assault Kit. So if you've seen soldiers walking around with a smartphone on their chest, that's the TAC software at the core of that. And there I am the product owner for TAC-X, which is the desktop and mounted platforms.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Vitarich. I'm a geographer at the Census Bureau. Currently, I'm working as the project manager for the Geographic Update Partnership Software, or GUPS, which is an application that has a standalone, as well as now a web-based application that's solely built using open source. Hello. My name is Amanda Bright. You meet you. Hello, my name is Amanda Bright. I am a mathematician masquerading as a data scientist at NGA, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. I've bounced around throughout the agency. I've ran a couple programs that implement computer vision into NGA's mapping missions. At the moment, I am building data pipelines and algorithmic solutions to our analyst teams.
Hi, my name's Steve Mather. I'm the one non-federal person up here. I spent 20 years in the public sector, both on the academic and park side of things. Spent the last couple of years at Oberlin College, and then just recently became full-time at Open Drone Map. So focused on photogrammetry tool chains for drones, surface vehicles, and uncrewed aircraft.
All right, thank you. And one thing I wanted to say about our panel, right? We got people from NGA, we got civilian, census, we got military, we got a little bit of everything on the panel. So when we get to answer these questions, we'll get responses from a lot of different points of views. So the first question goes in, it's real simple. It sounds funny, but I had a conversation, a lot of people answered a little different. To all you guys is, what is open source, right? Like, everybody has a different definition. I know I talked to my Esri, they had a different answer than people maybe in this room today. So, and why is it beneficial for the government? I'll start for you, maybe.
So to speak specifically on the TAC side, to us, open source is really about access. So with TAC, it's 2 years ago we decided to open source the TAC core libraries. It's up on GitHub. That was a significant event for us. It did a couple things. Obviously, we had to get public distribution to do that, but we work closely with our state, local, and federal agencies within the TAC Product Center. So we field to the FBI, DHS, Border Patrol, Department of Interior, really across all those spectrums, including our foreign military partners. And so for us, open source is really about access to our product. So right now we're really experiencing a hyper-growth paradigm within TAC. We're growing beyond our means with the adoption of the capability and the mapping engine that is the core of TAC. And open sourcing that was critical for us to be able to give access to all of our national and foreign military partners.
So from a census perspective, I guess open source to us, and especially the program and project that I work on, GUPS, open source is having a software and components to that software that are freely accessible and able to be modified with the source code. For us, with the GUPS program, we support around 12 participant programs, and those participant programs support the census. So with our GUPS program, we had our supporting software for the 2020 census. We're building right now for 2030. So it's really important for us to have that flexibility with open source to be able to modify what we need to get done for each one of these participant programs in a way that our participants and our stakeholders need. In terms of how it's beneficial for us, it allows the Census Bureau to provide a GIS solution to our partners, so that's state, local, and federal government agencies, as well as our tribal partners. We are able to provide a software for them that's free to use. So I think that's really the benefit for us, is being able to provide access to them if they don't have access to those proprietary softwares.
So I would say from NGA's perspective, the definition of open source geospatial software is pretty consistent with what we've heard so far. Really what it is an opportunity for us to be able to take a low-risk approach to try out new things. A brand new analyst, a brand new scientist walking in the door, it's a lot less daunting to have to be able to build, a simple software, a simple tool, than it is to, request some very large budget in order to procure the software that they're looking for. It's also a way for us to implement truly custom solutions to our problems, whether that is, a specific workflow or just a new way to process data. And then lastly, it's also an invaluable medium for us to be able to share with the community, whether that be with a small business that we want to start, lowering the barrier of entry for them to work with us, to, students at universities, to even, attracting interns that can kind of start in day one and be able to, work on some of our problems.
I'm not sure what to add to all that, so I'll just I'll give an anecdote from, in the space of whether it's federal agencies, whether it's governments around the world, or whether it's NGOs. One of the challenges is matching the software ecosystem to the sustained mission of the organization, and as the software ecosystems mature, we realize that something may be offered for a while and then disappear. A service may appear and disappear. There's vendor lock-in. There's challenges associated with exporting all your expertise and all your software outside the organization. And one thing that I think that free and open source software affords agencies and non-governmental organizations, et cetera, is that capacity to own part of that capacity in-house and to not be subject to the same level of vendor lock-in.
All right. Thank you for that. And this question is just for Renee. I know you talked about TAC, right? And the open source portion of it. What are issues, pros and cons of, with the open source in your program? Like, how does that, what are the pros and cons to that?
Yeah, so for the pros, there's no question that just the ability for us to integrate the libraries that we use. So right now within the TAC kernel or TAC core product, across all of the TAC product lines. So if you're not familiar, TAC is a multitude of software products. We have iTAC, ATAC, Android TAC, WebTAC, TACX now, WinTAC, et cetera. So across all those software capabilities, we've integrated a number of open source libraries, including GDAL or Google, Proj, and Geos being the primary ones. And so what that does is it allows us to have a standard product across all of the product lines, which is absolutely critical within the DoD and military, especially if you're talking about coordinate conversion. If I do a coordinate conversion in one program, it needs to align across all those product lines. So the pros are really just having a standard product. And on the developer side, so TAC is a plug-in architecture. So what we do is we create the core product and allow industry and other government agencies to come in and develop plugins. And in doing so, all of our API calls are to those core open source libraries, which is really critical. So we can, again, have a standard plug-in API, relatively standard plug-in API across all the product lines. So it eases development too, which of course lowers cost. On the cons, Not many, but what I would say is I'm still not convinced that we have a open source license that fits the government model, specifically with continuous delivery. So we have a pretty big issue right now. So we're GPL v3, nothing wrong with the license. It's a great license. But for us to be able to put that into our CI and CD pipelines and our DevSecOps stack, it's very difficult because we have to have a human in the loop at some point to be able to push the public release button. So we have lags in us pushing out our product line out to GitHub in this case. So that's kind of a con for us. I'm not a license expert, so I wouldn't know how to fix that. We're DevSecOps experts. I wouldn't really know how to fix that. We are working on it, but there's definitely some things that we need to figure out. And maybe it is a kind of a government-specific license or an extension of a license that enables us to be able to push some of this out. And be able to keep up with the word of the letter of the license itself, which is where we get a little trouble.
Yeah, and actually, I'm glad you brought up the licenses, and this is something that like any program, it could be geospatial or in IT, whatever, there's always been issues or questions about open source versus proprietary COTS for GOTS. So my next question, and I'll target this for Amanda and Emily, how does open source geospatial tools, or you can say any tools, compare with their counterparts, their proprietary counterparts, COTS and GOTS, in terms of capability, reliability? I'll let either one of you guys jump in on that.
So as far as capabilities and reliability, I think there isn't a huge gap between one or the other. I think a lot of it is more user preference. I think as far as open source, it definitely has more versatility. If you can imagine it, I think you can build it with open source software, but it can have kind of a higher lift, especially up front. You need to have the expertise to be able to build it, and I think that is a challenge that, I'm sure we'll get into some more.
Yeah.
I think Amanda stole everything I wanted to say, but
what she just said, right?
Yeah, right. What she just said. No, I totally agree. I think they're on the same level in terms of functionality. I do agree as well. That lift at the start, you don't have as many resources behind you that some proprietary softwares would have. But right, the flexibility is there, the flexibility to be able to make it your own and use the libraries that are available to you to your advantage. I think that's huge. And sometimes with proprietary softwares, you're limited by what's already there. But with open source, you have the opportunity to do something new or something different with what you have. And again, Amanda said the creativity, if you can dream it, you can more than likely do it. So that sounded way too motivational, but it's there, if you can develop it, I think you have a high possibility that it can get done.
Here. And I love on this one little anecdote. I don't know who takes credit for it. If someone in this room, I'm stealing what you told me before. They talk about the difference between COTS versus open source, right? The little anecdotes like Coke versus Pepsi, whereas Coke is free, being open source, and Pepsi's a lot of money. You got to pay a lot of money for it. So I just remember someone told me that in the beginning. It really resonated with me. All right, so let's go on to the next question. What strategies can the government employ to effectively collect, integrate, and adopt both open source data to enhance their decision-making processes and drive innovations? I'll start off from you, sir.
Yeah, I think it's. I knew I was next. I was just. Open source data integration. Well, I think we've seen some good examples in the presentations that we've seen so far today. I think one of the things that I've specialized in over my career has been connecting the gaps. So we've got really great from the 1970s onward. We have really great readily available satellite imagery, and that's only gotten better through time. I think one thing that we don't yet close the gap on is high-resolution data and tasking high-resolution data. So how do we ensure that we do change detection? How do we find the opportunities for gathering higher resolution data when we need it, whether that's disasters, whether that's just ephemeral changes through time? And I think that's a pattern and a challenge and an opportunity for governments, NGOs, and for regular folk across the world. So I think that's one place.
Very cool. Nate?
Tough one. Governance and money. So just need a little bit more money. Yeah. So this one's tough. On the DoD side, obviously we deal with classified networks quite a bit. Yeah, even if it's at the classified, or excuse me, the controlled unclassified level. So for us, it really is just trying to leverage some of the cross-domain capabilities that exist. So and try to understand where more could exist. So right now we're working with DARPA on a program called SHARE. It's fairly limited, but the DARPA SHARE program is expanding our cross-domain capabilities so we can pass information up and down the chain. So right now we heavily leverage OpenStreetMap data and GNOME data. Once it goes into a tax system, that's it. It's a one-way street. So we've got to continue to figure out ways to provide governance to be able to push data back down. And I think a big part of that's going to be cloud native. So I think for the open source folks here is we've got to really start to focus on a more cloud native environment. So we spent most of the 2010s and 2000s working on the DIL environment, so disconnected intermittent limited bandwidth, which is a big problem that the DoD still strives to fix. But as that gets better, which it is getting better, we've got to have the ability to be able to push things back up to a cloud-native capability.
Okay. And I'm going to add on to it a little bit from Jason because he's texting me now. What's his responses? So I'm going to try to do this real time. But one thing he did mention is with the data, he mentioned, just getting the environment more used to like application like OpenStreetMap, right? Because like the information that's in OpenStreetMap, there's so much information, so much intelligence from that. Just seeing what's there and incorporating it in there. It might not be the final answer. You might not use that for your sole decision, but it goes to incorporate and enhance your mission, your decision-making processes. So thanks, Jason. All right. All right, this next question, I'm actually going to ask everybody this. So this one, what challenges has government agencies faced, i.e. misconceptions, in adopting open source software and how they overcome that? Right, so who am I going to start with on this one? I am going to start with Amanda. Let's go, Amanda.
So I would say the biggest challenge for open source software may not be very different than the challenge to getting adoption of any new software. Really has a lot to do with culture. When you have a team that has been using the same software, the same workflows for 20 years, introducing a new product can be very difficult, especially when there's not the expertise to use that or the time they feel to learn a new software. So huge challenge, and I think that it is definitely not a solved problem, but there have been a lot of inroads made. There have been a lot of champions for open source software. You'll hear from a couple of them later. And I'm always very impressed by the new analysts and the new scientists coming in at kind of the backgrounds that they have and the extraordinary efforts they have gone through to get these into their own workflows and to share them out.
Emily?
Sure. So one of the big things at the census was getting the approvals that we needed. So we are trying to move away from proprietary software, so getting those approvals and the buy-in from everyone involved to move to open source kind of was a little hard at first. There's also some mistrust when it comes with open source. You're used to using a certain software, like Amanda said. Trying to point people in another direction may cause them to mistrust what we're trying to do. especially when it comes to security, making sure that, these open source softwares make sure that the federal space is able to meet those security needs that it needs to enact with those open source softwares. And then I guess the one other challenge is getting the full support. So like I said, you need approvals, but there's a lot of people involved in creating softwares and creating systems and applications, and you need to make sure that everyone's on board before you move full steam ahead. I will say that in overcoming that, the big thing is just kind of showing them what can be done. I guess I wrote on my notes here, and it's kind of cheesy, but the proof is in the pudding. Like if you can use your open source software to do something, you need to kind of show what can be done in order to make people believe and make people jump on board as to what you can use that open source software for.
Yeah, I think it's education. Unfortunately, still at this 2023, we're still here. So still have a lot of senior leaders that just need to understand the difference between software and acquisition. That's the biggest thing with us. Free isn't free, and acquisition cost or acquisition cost. And so, not always, but a lot of times I think the software costs are drastically minimized by the acquisition and sustainment process, particularly within Army systems. We'll field software for a decade or more, and so in that the cost of the software isn't the biggest cost. It's the procurement of all the systems and installing the software and developing the software. And so I think the positive side of that is, we are seeing a lot of modular software systems come online, and that's, I talked about TAC being a plug-in architecture. I think that we need to continue to push modular systems so that it's not GOTS, COTS, FOSS. It's, hey, here's a product that does something, put it in the stack or take it out. So just to maybe pick on open drone maps a little bit, we could have a photogrammetry process where we're pulling data from, say, Maxar, run it through a process, and it could be a pluggable thing where it's open drone map for some users, and if somebody wants to pay for Pix4D, then it's Pix4D for other users. Maybe it does something that open drone map doesn't. But just to be able to swap those software systems in and out, and again, whether it's COTS, GOTS, FOSS, whatever. So these modular frameworks are working, but there's still a lot of work to do there.
Yeah, it's the interchange and the ability to swap, I think, is, I don't want to say it's more important than open source, but from a procedural standpoint, at least my experience on the governance side, the idea that I can take this thing and change it up for something else when there's something that's more suitable for purpose is huge. Or procurement is a thing sometimes. It's not the best thing, but it's the thing that's already authorized. At FOSS4G in Italy last year, had a conversation with a similarly structured organization, NGO in this case, and there was a lot of emphasis on the cost savings of free and open source. And I said, whoa, wait. As someone who benefits from budgets, I don't want to overemphasize that characteristic of it. There are costs to doing the development and the deployment, and there are and that can be internalized or externalized. But really that question of can you demo something quickly? Do you know that that's going to be around for the long term when you finally do go through the procurement process, if that's necessary for what you're doing? I think these are some of the things that are often things that people overemphasize, not so much something that's wrong about how they're thinking about the software and the process, but the opportunities are really, can you do something without procurement in order to try something out? Is that something that you can demo? Can you take in a component that you want to reuse from some research someone's joined in your organization? You can do that quickly, and how do you make that happen? And I'm rambling, so I'm going to stop.
No, that's all right. Good answer. We got a couple more questions. So the next question goes into data privacy, right? And that's something you always give it open source. People who are not fans of open source are like, oh, your stuff is not going to be secure. So how does do open source geospatial tool address concerns related to data privacy and protection? And are there policies and regulations in place that promote the adoption in government projects? That's a good question. I'll start with you, Emily, on this one.
Okay. So I think coming from the Census Bureau, data privacy is huge. That's one of our big missions is, securing the data and the information of our respondents and the people of the United States. So I think in terms of open source geospatial tools, the one thing that really has benefited us is the ability to add in additional security scannings into our source code. So we've been working really closely with our IT department and our Office of Information Security to make sure that we are implementing and including the most up-to-date and the most thorough security scannings in our application. We have been entrusted to ensure this data, so we're trying to make sure it's done right. One thing's in kind of promoting the adoption of government projects. The Census Bureau is promoting a True North initiative, and really what that's doing is they want to move in the way of moving away from proprietary software and moving towards more open source. So I think it's really big coming from the census as a whole to say, hey, we understand and we see the benefits in open source, we're going to move this way. And I think with that comes with the addition and the adoption of additional security that goes into it. So I think it's only going to get bigger, especially with what the census is doing, but I really do think that we're only starting with what we're doing and what we're adding to our data privacy securities.
All right, Steve, really?
I think David Carter already answered this for me earlier in talking about the fact that you could have a photogrammetry tool that you can't audit, and you have a photogrammetry tool that you can, and that can be a critical thing when you're looking at your full tool chain and making sure that you've got appropriate data security.
Yeah. And from Jason, he's texting you again. He was just saying that he loves the fact, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, he likes the fact that the open source of it, because it allows you to see all the code and have access to the code and run stuff how you want to run it and add different modules and whatnot to ensure he gets it and complies with the NGA or other agency standards. So that's his answer, Kyle. All right. The last question we have before we go into questions. All right, so we're here now. Every agency's doing it. Where do you see this? Where do you see the role of open source geospatial tools evolving in the next 5 to 10 years? So, what number is this on FedGeoDay? What number is this? 10. 10. So at 20, right? Where are we going to be at? And I'll start with you to come on this way.
Yes, I mean, the easy answer is just wider adoption for sure. I think us open source insurgents are winning the war. But, we're seeing that really at the ground level. With us open sourcing some of the TAC product line, that was a pretty big deal for us. We're going to have to continue with the governance side of it, and not just recommending that open source is looked at, but maybe start to actually say, no, you're going to actually adopt these open source packages. And I think that can be on the contractual side or the procurement side as well, where we just start to write into contracts that, thou shalt use open source libraries where available. So I think there's still a lot of governance to do there. And I think we'll see it in the next 5 to 10 years. I did want to take a little bit of time and say where I think we should go, but I can't see the future. So there's a couple things where I think we need to expand some of our capabilities, not just with open source, but really across the whole paradigm. And that's a lot to do with 3D. So there's obviously a pretty big groundswell with 3D data. On our side, we've started to reach the upper limit on the visualization side, and I can get into that if we want. But for us, it's really about the analytics sides of bringing 3D content into the environment to be able to run analytics. So line of sight is no more, DTED 30 or DTED 2 with 30-meter data. We need to be able to see if there's trees in the way, if there's buildings in the way. So we need high-res data, 3D data to do that. Just to give you some examples. The other thing is User experience. So this is something, so we deliver the TAC product in 4-month cycles. So every 4 months there's a new TAC product out there. We took one whole cycle last year to completely redo our user experience. So I think that I would say that that's probably true with most of the open source capabilities that are out there. Not just the UI side of it, that's certainly important, but the user experience. And so I'll kind of finish on this. I asked my team, how could open source support them better in the next 5 to 10 years? And one of my guys is a Marine. One of the guys I work with is a Marine, and he said, how can we make GeoServer so easy to use that a Crown Eater can install it, manage it, and be able to disseminate data out to our end users. So I think there's a lot to be said with the user experience with a lot of the open source libraries and software systems.
Thank you. Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's only going to get bigger. You know, one aspect of our GUPS contract is that open source software is used. So that's something we've been doing since 2015 in our application. You know, it's been open source since then, and we're only going to continue that as we move forward. Another thing, and this is bigger than the Census Bureau, but I was doing some research before I was preparing for this, and I saw that the White House had put out a request for information asking federal agencies as well as private sector on information about open source software security and memory safe programming languages. So you're okay. So I think he got excited. But yeah, I mean, I think if it's coming from the White House, you know, it's something that we should pay attention to. So I only think it's going to get bigger from there. You know, there's an open software or open source software security initiative as well. So really, I think I agree with what was said before, and I think everyone up here would agree it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that a lot of hard work has already been done, at least at NGA. You know, as far as, you know, requesting new open source software, it is, in government speak, a pretty painless process. And so, you know, making that part easy, making it easy to follow all of the security rules makes it a lot easier to get things in the door and helps keep people motivated to actually use the software when it comes out the other side. And as we start seeing, you know, these softwares being included in, you know, curriculums in high school and college, I think that we're going to start seeing more and more analysts and scientists coming and joining the workforce with these skills already, which I think will make it that much easier as we now have, you know, people that have championed this software climbing the ranks, and they'll be the ones making the calls in hopefully 5 to 10 years.
So I feel like we've sort of emerged as a highly connected world, and there's opportunities and challenges that come with that, and that's been my lifetime. But that's also been in a time where frankly we have not had as strong, as well funded, as well maintained, as well coordinated governance globally. And I see, whether it's OpenStreetMap, whether it's free and open source software, whether it's, you know, name your open source thing, I think there's been a lot of development and opportunity in that space. And one of the things that I'm hoping to see in the next 10, 20, 40 years is additional government ownership of the ecosystems, like, and by that I mean investment in exactly what's happening, and growth of, so that I'm not ADHD at all. So that we really see, as we're seeing now, as we continue to see things come out of not just, you know, what's the procurement, what's the process for bringing software in, but as we see software being started, developed, and disseminated out from government.
Yeah, and I'll just add my 2 cents on this. I would love to see in 5, 10 years, you know, I get to work with a lot of different agencies, and they're like, well, we were just told that we have to use Esri, right? And we were told to do that. That's what we're using. I would love the fact that, I know so recently on some proposals and stuff that they're starting to do open source like GeoServers, QGIS and all being used and be like, hey, this is something we're going to include in this, right? So I would love in 5-10 years when we come back here, it becomes not this special thing, this just becomes the norm, right? If they want to use Esri, fine. If Esri is the solution, fine, use it. If open source, QGIS, Postgres, whatever, if that's the solution, use that and make that a part of the normal baseline. Not a one-off. Not like, why are we doing yes, it's in there, right? So I would love to see that be involved more and more. So we're going to go into Q&As. Does anybody have any questions? All right. Yes, sir.
Just briefly, can you speak to a customer support, user support with open source platform?
Got the kitchen.
Well,
I speak to your customer support and support. I'm talking about just conventional tier 1, tier 2 for users.
I could speak to that. I don't know anybody else. But no, I think that's on a program-to-program basis. I know one of the programs I support, they do have support for that, right? They had support set up to do tier 1, tier 2 support for that capability. But to your point that until you gets embedded into the agencies and stuff, it will be more, hopefully in 5-10 years, it'll be more and more. But usually, if there's a problem with GeoServer or something, it's going to one person because that's the one person that can answer the question. But hopefully in the future, everybody will know how to answer these questions.
Yeah, I know for us specifically, and I don't know if this is quite getting at your question, but when we open source TAC, put it up on GitHub, there was pretty much immediately, there was a Discord server set up. And so that's a lot of the open source, non-DoD, non-federal government support that's out there is now there's a Discord server where you can go ask questions, both development and usage of the actual software itself. So I think one of the things you see when you do open source is the community then jumps in as your customer support team, and so we now track this Discord server because we learned things there too.
All right, you had a question also? What? Oh, yeah, go please.
I'm going all the way to the back, so it takes a minute to walk back here. So.
Great.
Yeah.
I have 3 questions.
All right.
And my first question would be for Amanda, because you happened to mention the software would need to be in the hands of high schoolers or my college students. I would like to, can you please give us some names of that software that would need to be in the hands of those college students, seeing how I work in a high school?
Sure. Working with, there actually were some high school interns that were pretty impressive. I'm probably outliers from the average high school student, but they were using GIS software, they were training machine learning algorithms. So this was actually, I was very impressed at, learning, Postgres, PostGIS, and, GIS software like QGIS to be able to, actually produce results. He specifically was looking at drone imagery, which...
Okay, so thank you. And my next question is for Emily. Emily, you happened to mention that there's an initiative with the government on open source software security initiative. Could you give us a bit of information about if there's a website, just a little bit more information on that, please?
Sure, and I got it in my notes. So in prepping for this panel, I found out that it's good to not be alone in terms of open source. So one of the things that I saw in my research was a policy coming out from the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA. So that's CISA. And they released an open source software security map, basically recognizing the benefits of open source software and voiced their support. And in that article, it pointed me in a lot of different directions about the White House National Security Strategy, as well as the National Cybersecurity Strategy Implementation Plan. And all of those point to these open source initiatives and security initiatives that they have. And then I know the other thing that I mentioned was the White House executive order, or the request for information. But if you want to talk to me after this, I can point you in better directions. It's hard. I don't have like the URL on hand, but I can point you in the correct direction.
Okay, and the next question, I just couldn't remember if it was Stephen or Nathan that happened to mention about the need for high resolution data and how to leverage that with the cloud. Could you please give more details?
Yeah. So a little bit of bias exposed in that example because I run a project that helps you take local imagery and turn it into high resolution data. But I think one gap that we have is where do we need data and how do we task that? So at a global scale, how do you figure out where you need to collect the high resolution data? So you can fly a small uncrewed aircraft, collect a bunch of images, process it through some photogrammetry software, and get elevation models and ortho photos from above, and three-dimensional models as well. But the question is, where do you need to do that? And that's I think a space that needs more exploration.
All right, I've been told we are out of time. We are out of time. All our panelists should be floating around here. If you want to find them and ask them more questions, I recommend that you guys do. I want to thank you guys all for doing this panel with me. Thank you very much, and see you guys around.
My name is Maggie Cawley. I serve as the Executive Director for OpenStreetMap US. And I had the pleasure of co-chairing this year's FedGeoDay alongside Eddie Pickle. And it's been a long trek to get here, but we're happy to be here today with all of you. So thanks for showing up. Also want to thank our sponsor, Carasoft. Thank you, Carasoft. Woo-hoo. Next year, I want to see a lot more company names up here, though, by the way. So think ahead. Also, some partners this year, OSGeo US. I don't know if Guido's in the room. Thanks for all your hard work. And then the team at OpenStreetMap US was hard at work this year, helping alongside the team. Also want to thank everybody who joined our many meetings over the past 6 months. Can all of the members of the planning committee that are here in person please stand up? We never really met each other in person, so. All right. Great. We'll all have to get together later. Quite a few people came together to make this a possibility, which I think embodies what the open source community does. So this is the 10th FedGeoDay. It was initiated in 2012. How many people were at that first event? Wow. Thank you for admitting that, and welcome back. My first FedGeoDay was actually in 2013, which I didn't realize. I looked back at a blog that I started 10 years ago, Maggie Maps, and it was my first entry, was my big trip to DC to go to FedGeoDay 2013. And for me, it launched me into an entirely new path for my life. So I kind of have a special place in my heart for this event. So how many people are here for the first time? That's fantastic. Welcome. So the idea behind FedGeoDay is it's dedicated to promoting the use of open geospatial ecosystems to build programs in the U.S. federal agencies and their partners. So really pushing open into all of the things that drive our day-to-day lives through our federal agencies. And that's why we're all here. A lot of what it has done for me is build those relationships to be able to change the way things work and open up our systems and programs. One example I will give a plug today is OpenStreetMap US is launching a statewide initiative, a national initiative really, to map all of the trails in Utah starting today, alongside state, federal, local partners. And a lot of those relationships that led to that launch over the last 2 years have really led to being able to do something like this across the country. So please meet people, talk about what you're into, and hopefully you'll walk away from today with a lot of new relationships and ideas for how to use open in your programs.
The gold league of it out again.
All right, this was the best slide. So this slide tells you about open geospatial ecosystems. A lot of people ask, what does that even mean? What are we doing here? What's an open geospatial ecosystem? And I think there's quite a few we can name. We have the free and open source software, the FOSS4G. Who's here for that? Your QGIS, GeoNode, GeoServer, PostGIS, a lot of the folks doing their workshops today too. There's the open collaborative mapping communities. So a couple of our panelists are going to talk about, VGI today and open source and open data. NGA GNOME, USGS National Map Corps, and of course OpenStreetMap. Open innovation programs and applications. We have Census Open Innovation Lab. Anybody here from there today? OGC innovation pilots. Quite a few things going on in that space. And then, open geospatial science. This is the year of open science, right? So the Landscan, SpaceNet, Conflict Observatory, just to name a few. So those are some of the things we'll hear about today. We've got a great program and a lot of panelists. How many people in the room are going to be participating in the program today? Quite a few folks. So it's a great day, and we're going to kick things off here with our keynote. I'd like to invite Josh Delmonico to the stage. Josh serves as the Executive Director for the Federal Geographic Data Committee, FGDC, for those of you in the know. In this role, he provides executive leadership for the coordination of U.S. federal geospatial activities in collaboration with the 32 FGDC member federal agencies to implement the Geospatial Data Act and conduct strategic planning and visioning for the implementation of National Spatial Data Infrastructure, NSDI, which we are all a part of across the nation. So help me welcome Josh to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks so much for the opportunity. Super excited to be here and be a part of this community. As Maggie said, it's a year of open data and open science. We have a lot of amazing things happening in the federal space and in the commercial and in the nation due to the work that you guys do. Some of the awesome work happening at OpenStreetMap with open software, all of the data collection and opportunities out there. I think can you guys hear me okay? Not sure if the microphone's, all right. Anyway, all of the work that's happening is really incredible and shaping the industry and technology and really the way we're moving forward in the world. So today I have, the opportunity, to figure out how to use PowerPoint in front of all of you. There we go. Whoops. There we go. All right. So anyway, today I'm going to talk about a little bit about the National Spatial Data Infrastructure. I'm going to touch a little bit on what I've been working on in my role leading that effort forward for the nation, and then talk about some of the challenges and some of the places that I think the open source community can help contribute in this space. And certainly I don't have all the answers, so would welcome your thoughts and ideas on how you can help forward where we're trying to go. So I thought it'd be useful to start out with the definition of the National Spatial Data Infrastructure. So what is the National Spatial Data Infrastructure? The Geospatial Data Act defines it as the technology, policies, criteria, standards, and employees really to promote data sharing across the nation. And it's not just data sharing for data sharing's sake, but really when you look at this slide, the left-hand side is kind of how we've organized our federal data, but it's federal, state, tribal, and local data, as well as nonprofit, academia, and private sector data made available through a national spatial data infrastructure to address our national problem. I don't know why you're seeing that slide. Interesting. I really do know how to use PowerPoint, but we'll try again this way. Oh, there we go. All right. There we go. Now my dialogue might match my slides. But you guys saw this slide, right? Okay, no? Oh, good. All right, well, just try to remember what I said a minute ago about the National Spatial Data Infrastructure. Promoting data sharing, but not just data sharing for data sharing's sake. But if you look at the right-hand side of the slide, it's really taking our nation's geospatial resources, our capabilities, our data, our systems, and our applications, and making them available to address the really existential problems we face, not just as a nation, but as a globe. So things like, food security, climate, immigration, infrastructure management. How do we put our best foot forward as a geospatial community and enable the rest of the nation to access this data to help solve some of those problems? Well, let's see. So where are we today in this? That's interesting. All right, I'm waiting. All right. The laptop's disconnected from what's happening on the screen, or at least in my mind it is, so I could see one slide, but it doesn't. Anyway, not that you needed to know that. So where we are today is sort of this mix. Maggie mentioned this ecosystem. So one way to think about the world today is that there are these ecosystems of geospatial capabilities and data. Some of them are at a state level. You call them spatial data infrastructures, where states and counties and cities are connected. Sometimes multiple states are connected in regions. We have these topical ecosystems, like a marine spatial data infrastructure, where data around a particular topic is flowing across multiple organizations, and there's capabilities and tools and analytics available. On the left-hand side of the slide, we have national data sets that the federal government and other organizations have built and made available across the nation. There are a lot of different catalog capabilities, visualization analytics services, and a lot of emerging technology. Much of the most exciting stuff happening now is things in the space of artificial intelligence, 3D, augmented reality, virtual reality, and some of those things. But they're enabled on a framework of standards and metadata. So, let's see if I can. So really, where are we going to go from here? And I think we have an opportunity to really ask ourselves, how do we deliver? All right, sorry. Oh man, I'm so close to having this figured out. We have to ask ourselves, how do we deliver data and insight? It isn't really useful to drop a bunch of, knowledge and insight. It isn't really useful to drop a bunch of data on a person trying to make a decision. They really want help giving them that answer. And I've heard this idea of data to knowledge to insight, and I've kind of wondered, what does that look like in practice? So I did my own analogy here. But if you took a few screen captures from my phone, or if you look at the lower left, you have data and information, right? Like, where's Washington, D.C.? What are the main roads around? What's that kind of general traffic stuff? But that's not really useful. Nobody can do much with that information. And then when you get to the kind of the knowledge piece, I start to understand, well, here's kind of what I have to do to get from point A to point B. Here's about the time it's going to take me, and here's some alternate routes. But there's really not a decision exactly to be made until you deliver insights. And I think turn-by-turn directions and recommendations on where we go is really an example of what delivering an insight, instead of just delivering a bunch of data to somebody on their phone. They don't really know what to do with that. They want to know, where am I supposed to turn, and how am I going to get there? So I think it's incumbent upon us to think about how are we going to make our data and information more accessible and more available to the other 99% of the world that doesn't do this for a living, who can really benefit from access to our data and information, but not as raw data, but what are those insights that they can derive value from. All right, so how are we going to get there? And this will be like, man, he got us all excited, and now he's going to tell us we're going to get there with a plan. But we're going to get there with a strategic plan, and really the idea is we can't know where we're all going to try to go together. So when I say all, we're really thinking of our national spatial data infrastructure. So it's a pretty wide, well, it's the entire nation, right? A huge stakeholder community with a lot of disparate interests, capabilities, and direction. So a plan gives us the left and right limits and an idea of where we're all trying to go together, so that we can get there from our own sort of perspective and area of responsibility. So this is our draft plan. I've been working with the Census Bureau, and myself or Deirdre Bishop are co-championing the development of the strategic plan, and talked to about 800 people to date to get this plan developed, and we'll be working this over about the next 6 months to finalize it next summer. So I'd welcome your thoughts and feedback on this as we go through that process. And then once we, hold on. All right, once we get there, sorry, is that the right one? Yeah. All right, I'm with you. Sorry this is clunky, but it's hard to go back and forth. I also think once we have a plan, we need an implementation plan, right? How are we going to actually implement that strategy? And this is just some ideas and thoughts. I think, some of these phases might be concurrent, not all like data development, for example. We're probably never going to stop developing that data or maintaining data that we have. I think we might use some tools like artificial intelligence or get better at doing that, but data development's going to continue. I think working to make our data more discoverable, how do you access and search the national spatial data infrastructure? I'm not entirely sure, but I think we could do better at sort of maturing those national search capabilities. Making our data and metadata machine readable is a really important, I think, step in that process, and integrating advanced technologies and really pushing towards a geospatial ecosystem that Maggie talked a little bit about. So let's see. All right, all right. So on the, I said I was going to talk for a second about the challenges, and I think this is where, we all collectively need to put our heads together and think about how we're going to go about this, and how we can kind of change the way the entire industry functions. So I've been thinking a lot about, we got where we are by doing what we've been doing. And I think we really have to think very hard about where we've been and how we think about our work, and ask ourselves, are we doing things, in the best way? And I'll just use an example to maybe add a little clarity to this. So from my perspective, right, I started doing GIS in the mid-90s. It was command line arc info. You'd go up to a folder on a computer server, grab some files, bring them down, put them together, and make a map, right? And I think that simple perspective shapes the way I think about GIS even today. I still have this idea, like I want to go get the data, and I got to have it here, and I got to put all this stuff together. And then I think there's a whole generation of people that don't think like that. And I think fundamentally asking ourselves, what can we do different, and how do we really take advantage of the tools and capabilities we have to deliver the best we can is incumbent upon all of us. So some of the challenges, I think, how do we lower the barriers to getting our geospatial data and applications out and really delivering data and knowledge, supporting that 99% that aren't geospatial professionals. When I think about my mom, I think about her phone, and she uses it just to do map directions. That's the only thing she uses geospatial for, and she doesn't even know it's geospatial, really. So what are those other examples? What are other things and other tools we can give to people that become part of their everyday life? Artificial intelligence provides us, I don't have to tell you guys this, an incredible opportunity for technology, not just in, geospatial artificial intelligence, how we're doing our geospatial things like data development, but maybe even we can ask artificial intelligence, or work with artificial intelligence to help us find what's the best available data, help us do search better, integrate artificial intelligence with things like, geospatial data with things like ChatGPT. So we're asking geospatial questions, but not getting a map as a response. It's just getting factored into a textual response. I think all of these things are places that we can, look, how about a large language model that's open source for geospatial? You're going to hear a lot of great talks about some of these things, this question of authoritative versus fit for purpose versus best available. Can we crowdsource whether a data set's the best data? And then integrating 3D augmented reality and virtual reality, kind of getting into some of the capabilities there. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in this community to continue to lead and provide, different ways of thinking and different ways of looking at the world, really to help us solve the nation's biggest challenges. So thanks very much. I appreciate your time and for hanging with me while I deal with the screen.
We are going to roll right into the next session, which is going to be the GIO Roundtable. And I can't use a trackpad. What is going on here? So invite David Carter to the stage, who's going to be our moderator today. David serves as the Geospatial Information Officer for the U.S. Department of the Interior. He leads the DOI Geospatial Advisory Committee, which consists of geospatial leads for 11 bureaus in the offices of the Secretary. In his role, he's also the managing partner of the Federal Geo Platform at geoplatform.gov.
Advance one slide. Go, John, that slide.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I was getting there. We good? All right.
All right. Well, thank you.
It's one.
Is this working?
It's one lagged, so that's really weird. There we go. All right.
All right. Is it okay? Is it working? Okay. Thank you for the introduction, and I'd like to have our panel members introduce themselves. So I'll pass the microphone.
You go ahead.
We know who he is. Okay. My name is Jesse Roselle. I'm with FEMA headquarters out of Washington, D.C. I run a team called the Natural Hazards Risk Assessment Program, and we provide risk assessment data sets, tools, and methodological guidance for the emergency management community, and all of which are geospatial based.
I'm Ron Cicada. I'm the Geospatial Information Officer for USDA, as well as the Senior Agency Official for Geospatial Information. In USDA, with over 70,000 authorized users of GIS software, both commercial and open source, pretty much every aspect of each and every one of our agencies and offices runs on geospatial products. We have trade forecasts that are entirely driven on geospatial, loan programs and conservation programs, rural development that runs on geospatial engines. We have our outbreak folks that deal with animal and plant health diseases. All of these forecasts run on geospatial frameworks. There's hardly an aspect of USDA that does not take advantage of this world, and yet our challenges remain developing, whether it's the frequency of agricultural disasters or the challenges of feeding the world over the next 10 years. So look forward to continue to integrate our work and ensuring that total is greater than the sum of its parts.
All right, well, thank you. So we have a number of questions here that we're going to just open up to the panel and have a little discussion. And towards the end, depending on how much time we have left, we can have some questions from the audience. So the first thing that we've got here is how in your agency. So how much open geospatial software is used in your agency, and are you trying to grow that use?
I could start. When we're asked about our open source usage within FEMA, I usually break it down into open source software, open science, and open data. Open science and open data we use frequently. We manage a couple of risk models, one called the National Risk Index that looks at your natural hazard risk from 18 different hazards, as well as social vulnerability and community resilience impacts around the nation, as well as our HAZIS model. And both of those, it's immensely important for us that our scientific methods are open, transparent, and credible, as well as our data sets. So not only do we put all the data out in an open data format with excellent metadata, but we also have to back that up with thousands of pages of technical information on which science organizations we worked with, the exact methods we used to calculate these losses, and all the way down to the geospatial processes we use to tie all of this together so that someone could reverse engineer what we've done if they want to dig deeper in what we do. And additionally, we develop quite a few open source tools for our HAZIS program that we share the source code out there freely. And we also use Esri software quite a bit too, because we are a large organization as well. So we kind of do both.
So I'll mention briefly in terms of open source and growing our open source community, we are incipient in that process, but nevertheless very serious. I have to tell you, this is the first time I come to this conference. Just in the first session, I attended prompt engineering, and my reflection from that discussion and from visiting with you is that innovation lies largely in the open source community. There's no question that the kind of work, presentations, and again, I just got here, and this is my first time. At USDA, we have over 30 years of working with commercial software. About 1%, give or take, of our 70,000 plus users work on open source. The applications tend to be niche in the sense that if you're doing remote sensing analysis, if you're trying to derive croplands from satellite imagery or high altitude fixed wing capture, you're going to do that with open source products, almost as a rule. You're not going to use some of these large commercial packages. However, starting this year, just about a month ago, our program manager for our Enterprise Geospatial Management Office and myself, I'm the executive leader for the geospatial portfolio, announced a diversification initiative. That's one of the reasons we're here today, because we want to get educated about the possible and increasingly characterize the work that we do and the training we do and how we characterize staff in terms of training being done with commercial products, and starting to map capabilities between the open source community and from the human resources to the technology part to map to the commercial products we currently use. So we are very committed. Diversification of the portfolio is going to make us long-term stable. But again, I also see the tremendous advantages in our work internationally when we're trying to share products with developing countries. It tends to be my first experience recently with open source was developing epidemiological forecasts for Jamaica for pest management with grass. So I see a lot of opportunities for growth. Very excited, but I have to confess we're just starting. Just very, very happy to be here.
Well, I'll just say for the Department of Interior, we've been using open source software for a long time, but it's still a small percentage of a lot of the work that's done. And we are looking to grow that use. Just like USDA here, we're looking to diversify more, just to try and see what workflows and what kind of analysis and all, and what can we send to a variety of software. The Geo platform itself is largely developed on open software. So a lot of it is cloud native processing, open software is behind the scenes, and that's really what drives the work in the Geo platform. So I guess leading into that, so if we're looking to diversify, we're looking to grow the use of open source software across our agencies, so what do you have to consider? How do you plan for working in like a multi-software hybrid environment?
So we hear comments around FEMA a lot. We've got a lot of tools, and it adds a lot of complexity. And why there's so many tools, why isn't there just one tool? Can't we make one tool that does everything? I always recommend that we don't do that, because to make one tool that serves all program needs and all stakeholders throughout the country would be a significant challenge to get everyone's priorities in there and to meet the user needs of everyone. One thing we do emphasize is a common nationwide data framework and a risk assessment framework to make sure that the sea of tools out there have recommended and documented use cases, interoperability, and things like that. So we really try to emphasize interoperability of data, and not just data sets, but workflows and program outputs across our enterprise, whether they're open source, whether they're proprietary software, et cetera.
Sure. And I think you also have to consider certainly this, anytime you introduce a software stack in your portfolio, you have a number of security issues that you sort of, from the overhead perspective of managing multiple software packages, you inherit twice what you do when you have just one. So I think when you're considering that sort of integration, it's hugely important to make sure you have your IT staff on board and you're ready to go through the accreditation process and things like that, I think.
I think in terms of the approach, we're looking at separating the IT geo part from the so-called business part, the applications and the data capture. So what we're looking for is aspects of network optimization, your data pipelines, moving data around between agencies, optimizing geospatial data pipelines, optimizing streaming analytics, and monitoring costs. If you're working in a dual environment where we try to have complementary capabilities from the commercial side and the open source side, we need to understand what that migration is going to look like. So now in that migration element, we move a little bit beyond the IT side and into the business side, trying to understand, as has already been mentioned here, what the workflows are and what those look like and what those costs of migration in terms of training our cadres and hosting these different open source platforms is gonna cost us. So we have a very deliberate approach, and it begins already with our updated workforce development strategy, which starts to map what we call a geospatial specialist, what we call a GIS analyst, what we call somebody with core, capabilities, and develop a common denominator across our certifications from commercial products with certifications, using, say, QGIS and otherwise. So again, our approach is to separate the native IT geo from business and developing close attention to cost, but beginning again this year, looking at the people first approach and developing that workforce development strategy geo, which we hope to be able to publish just in the next couple of months.
Well, and for us, we're trying to emphasize keeping data in open formats. So even if you are using a commercial data set or any data set or any software, the end product needs to be made available in an open format so that anybody else can use it. You don't have to buy that software in order to be able to use the federal data. So that's one of the ways we've been trying to do it, which which kind of leads into our next question for the group here is what makes data authoritative?
That's a tricky one, and often a source of contention sometimes. I think an easy answer is if you have a clear statutory requirement to create a data set from Congress, that data set is clearly authoritative. I would say, though, I've seen the word authoritative used a lot in place of best available data, and I think best available data is a better fit in often a lot of instances because the right data set may depend on the specific use case, and it's not always as clear as yes or no, or this data set or that data set. So we in FEMA have used authoritative data as a term a little bit less and less because the landscape of hazard risk is so complex and constantly changing.
For a second. And I think Carter's got a panel this afternoon on authoritative data. You might want to plan to attend. So. But it will be a really exciting discussion, and I do think authoritative has a very particular legal meaning. So I think we misuse that term to mean a lot of things that it doesn't really mean. But.
So we have a definition. We just published our departmental regulation. Obviously, you don't have to take this down, but it's a Department of Regulation 3465-001, where we've defined authoritative data as a starting point. I'll tell you what it is in just a half a second. It is essential that we get on the same page with what we mean by authoritative data, because the pedigree of data, open data, is really important. If you're going to work in federal space, we need to understand what constitutes authoritative. For USDA, authoritative data has already been mentioned. If it's required by statute to collect this data, a lot of our soils data, a lot of our imagery data, cropland data is required by statute to be collected. That is considered authoritative. We consider that if the data is going to be informing policy or management, that data has to be authoritative. Because if you're going to be, again, think about the opposite. If you're running policy, informing policy, or advancing management programs for farmers and ranchers and producers, landscape managers, what's the opposite of authoritative? Obviously, that's not a pleasant thought. And if the data is going to be made public by a non-research organization, going to make the data public, that has the stamp of USDA on it. Again, non-research, and there's a reason for that exception. Then that data is considered authoritative. That being said, when we talk about open data, from whatever source, synthetic data, crowdsourced data, data that is shared by academia, we need to advance the shared understanding of what those parameters mean. Ultimately, authoritative data in general for us, independent of those four attributes that I just gave, all of it has to have metadata that is valid and machine readable. And all of it, whether it's inclusive in data, metadata or otherwise, it needs to have indicators of quality so we can speak to the uncertainty about it. So with those parameters, we're advancing our inventories and data catalogs, something that we just started a year ago.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned crowdsourced data. So is there? So that's kind of a newer area for Department of Interior. We've had some experience in trials with that, particularly with the USGS and the Trails initiative that just got kicked off here. We're looking to support that as well. So is there a role for crowdsourced or public resource data in federal government?
Everyone's like, I mean, I think absolutely. I think it's one of the really exciting places we have an opportunity to rethink how we're doing our data. And it presents a lot of really interesting questions and opportunities, right? Do we need to create our own data? Do we even need to store our own data? What's the line between agency data and agency responsibility, and what can we use volunteer geographic information for? And I think this is a place where we can all really start to rethink how we think about our data and what does it mean to have data, because there are huge changes in industry. I mean, OpenStreetMap clearly is a huge, player in this space that makes us ask these questions of like, what does it really, what does it mean to create data or to update my data, and how can I take, how can I partner with the 9 or so million people that are creating data that can do things, or editing and updating data that can do things on us at a speed and scale that most agencies can't possibly compete with. And then, brings in questions of authoritative data and, what does it mean to have a data set that's maintained, by 9 million people, but is it best available? Is it fit for purpose? Is it authoritative? And I think it just gives us a real opportunity to rethink, and ask ourselves some really basic questions that we thought we always knew the answer to, which is like, it's got to be mine. I need to do it here. I have to own all of it. I have to do all of it, and it has to be, tied in. And so I don't think there's an answer, but I think there's a huge opportunity there for us to rethink how we do this work.
Yeah, I would echo all of that. A lot of opportunity, and I could see immense value in that in the disaster risk space. When we look at the risk assessment cycle, we have to look at all the buildings in the nation, the infrastructure, the population, the hazards, and then how we calculate risk. And as soon as we're done, we have to start over because everything in the country's changed. So I could see a lot of value in the ability to better leverage crowdsourced data. One thing I know that is a challenge to us getting started, at least in my team, is clearly define best practices for governing efforts like that, validating it and integrating it into our portfolio of what we do. But I know it's out there. We just got to dig deeper.
I'll mention some anecdotes as opposed to anything systematic at USDA. It's been useful. I don't know if you remember a couple years ago in the news, you were hearing about the murder hornet that kill people, the Asian murder hornet. They don't call it like that anymore in USDA. It's a terrible name, which is why probably I'm using it, because it certainly caught a lot of attention. Later, you heard perhaps of the spotted lanternfly. Started in Pennsylvania, very damaging, and it's been useful to working with, for example, Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, to ask the public to help us define the perimeter, how far it's spread, by calling in information and then sending inspectors to verify those potential positives. So whether it's these two anecdotes or otherwise, this kind of information does have its role. We acknowledge the uncertainty associated with it, but by baking in a process of verification and diagnostics, it is very useful. The other part, my reflection is, you're using open data and crowdsourced data already. All of you probably are using LLMs already and sneaking behind government work into your personal computers and doing a little bit of strategic plans and proposals on ChatGPT. Well, guess where all that data is coming from? So it's inevitable, right? It's inevitable. We're heading to an increasingly crowdsourced world. So again, getting back to authoritative nature of data verification, I think it's going to present an opportunity for all of us. And I didn't mean what I said about you guys not respecting the prohibitions that we have in place about not using ChatGPT on your government computers. Just kidding, just kidding. I'm sure Josh is the only one that does that.
I'd also be probably remiss not to mention, I think the Citizen Science Act is a great indication of the federal government's kind of understanding and embracing this idea of volunteer information, not just geographic information. But I'm not going to pretend I'm a Citizen Science Act expert here, but it provides some authorities. That's often the tricky part in the federal government is what do I have, who do I have the authority to work with, and in what manner do I have the authority to work with them? And I think the Citizen Science Act really starts to lay out some of the capabilities we have to work with, citizens, aka volunteers, volunteers, AKA crowdsource data, and bring it into the federal government. So I think the government is recognizing those opportunities and really starting to open some doors there.
All right, so with all this new data that's available, a lot more than we've ever had in the past, does this make a challenge for having uncertainty in our maps or anything that we publish or try and use? Or do you want to?
No, not at all. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, uncertainty and particularly in the hazard risk space, there are compounding uncertainties. There's uncertainty in our source data. There's uncertainty in what we know about buildings, what we know about the extent and depth of a flood, what we know about how to calculate losses from that. And there's uncertainty in every element of that. And then when we tie it together, I know at FEMA, we're looking at ways to tackle this in two ways. Coming up with methods to scientifically and mathematically calculate uncertainty, which is incredibly challenging, but possible. And the paths for that differ hazard by hazard. And then just communicating uncertainty from a public messaging perspective with disclaimers, with reporting ranges of values instead of absolute values, saying what we know and saying what we don't know about hazard risk in an area, providing guidance not just through raw data, but how do you interpret this data, and how should you use this data, and what other things you can look into.
As federal employees, which most of us are, I think part of our responsibility is to protect the United States from claims related to the work we do. Let me give you an anecdote. We're putting out billions of dollars in climate change-related funding. And you do that, for example, by looking at your old imagery data, determining where your forests are, and characterizing the nature of your soils relative to carbon capture. Or if you're looking at the emission side of the equation, trying to look at maps and derive emission signatures for some of these feedlots. And then you're going to accompany that with allocating funds. Getting back to the defending the United States from legal claims and otherwise challenges, it is imperative that we're able to tell what confidence that we have on our interpretation of that pixel in terms of the cropland that is sitting on top of it, being soybean corn or otherwise, rangeland, or having this X level of carbon capture. Now, how many of you work with research or crazy scientists, or yourself are a researcher, crazy scientist? Well, I'm sorry for all of you. There's something inherent in GIS, and that's the layering of information. It is imperative that we track the quality of that data. It's the most basic thing that we have to do in order to utilize that data. And yes, let's become friends with our researchers, our actuarial types, statistician types, to understand, how to add and multiply and interpret the individual distributions of uncertainty attached to each data layer as we inject them into forecast models and complex forecasts. It's possible. It's possible. We were talking about this just earlier with one of my colleagues. When I was much younger, in TV at 5, and you know this story, well, maybe you're not old enough, but they would always, the most difficult. Chaos theory started in meteorology. This fellow, if you remember, the Lorentz equations from where first chaos was derived and studied. And these crazy people were so audacious that they thought that they could track a hurricane and somehow tell the public to be careful. And they would talk at 5 o'clock. They would talk about the cone of equal likelihoods and uncertainty. they would describe that on TV. Today, they don't do that anymore. They show the track of the hurricane, they throw the old cone, the likely track, and everybody understands that. So for very complex systems, we've come up with geospatial approaches to characterize and communicate uncertainty. It is a challenge, and I tell you, from where I sit, it's one of the biggest opportunities we have going forward. We need to do a better job as we integrate information to get comfortable. If the meteorologist could do it, I'm sure we can too.
All right, well, thank you. So just to kind of to wrap up our panel, are there any last thoughts or anything you'd like to share? Any best practices, worst experiences, anything around open source software you'd like to discuss? Okay. Oh, you got one?
I've got one. I don't know, I call this a worse experience. That's a little extreme. But not all open source software is free. And even with open source software, we have to have an intellectual property review, look at the terms and conditions. That's something we learn, as part of our exploration into open source.
I do have some bad experiences. I'll share my resume with you guys, and then you can read all about it. I think the most positive experience we've had, I was telling you about our diversification initiative, and that includes this meeting, is in getting to talk together and learning about the fact that Doug has already developed a lot of QGIS training that is 508 compliant and ready for us to load. So some of the best experiences are always in getting together and sharing best practices. By the way, I was really impressed with the mapping prompt engineering. If you didn't have time to go to that workshop, look out because it's already here. And I'm hearing it for the first time here at an open source conference, not from our commercial providers, which makes me very proud that some of our team, several of our team, are here today.
When
on my resume, I'm not going to send it to you.
But I'd say from our experience, actually, one good story I guess we've got is we used open source software to do a lot of UAS and drone processing. And when we had some questions come down on the security side of some other software that we were using, we actually had a much greater success with our security people with the open source software because we could take a look at the code. We could show them what was going on and how it was working. And so that actually allowed us to use that versus software coming from other countries where it wasn't quite as open. So with that, are there any questions from the audience, or we can move on to our next topic?
Start with you.
Thank you. My name's Greg, and I'm a technical lead on the new project at the USGS. And we've had 3D HP, hydrology. We've had interest from various levels of government and potentially private sector about contributing their data sets, collecting it into our systems, spatial data systems. How do we keep their enthusiasm but temper their expectations? Because we're going to have to validate that data a lot more than our own contractor collected data. What's that balance, that ROI, however you want to characterize it?
Boy, so they want to contribute their data sets, and you're just trying to figure out how to allow them to contribute?
Yeah, so it's like they want to contribute live data, micro, whatever else. Mm-hmm. They're using their own data structure. But they have to do it themselves, and they're not maybe as confident doing it. So we have to validate it. So we can't handle everybody's data all at once. But how do we find that balance between not disillusioning them, but still allowing them to be part of the process?
Boy, that sounds like an interesting one. I don't know, has the NSDI looked at how others can contribute data and how we pull things together with that? I guess so. So it's just a matter that they want to access into the federal system. Boy, making that available, that's an ideal situation, I guess, if we can crack it, but I don't know that we have. Right. I don't know that we've got a good one, but that's a good thing to look at.
Yeah, I think I'd just add to David's comment. I mean, I think that is really something that as we look to how can we do better as a nation, that is sort of a perfect example, right? But it does illustrate the challenges of, how do you integrate data from multiple sectors, and then, even to that term, right, is integrate the right word? Should we be validating it? Can you use things like artificial intelligence to help do that work for you? Because I think just asking what are our baseline assumptions there, and are there opportunities to look at it differently? Because I think that's a problem we're all going to have to figure out how to deal with if we're taking data from non-traditional sources and integrating them. There are certainly, the challenges you bring up.
Data quality tiers. The data we produce as the USGS, like data quality tier, not in a derogatory sense, but just as an indicator, almost as a metadata. Let somebody else know that this was produced in a different workflow.
Yeah.
Great. We have 2 more questions, so we're going to move along, but hopefully you can chat after. All right.
Hi there, Matt Hansen, Element 84. I just wanted to talk briefly about standards. Obviously, standards are super important. However, the problem is that they're changing all the time. And more importantly is that the standards that are currently being developed now actually, in fact, aren't standards. Things like cloud-optimized GeoTIFF, STAC, GeoParquet. These are things that have been developed by the community and then later are perhaps, maybe not, actually adopted by a standards body. I feel like it's really important that government embrace a lot of these things that we're seeing become de facto standards, such as STAC, but how do you weigh that against the fact that, there's actually no proper governing body behind those in some cases?
I think that those are great questions, and questions that I don't think we're ready to answer. We have a group looking at kind of the FGDC standards process and making some recommendations forward, but I think, even the way OpenStreetMap does tagging versus, content models versus, like you mentioned, STAC and OGC standards and things like that. I think, another example of, I think we really need to be smart about how we undertake and do things, is the way we have been doing standards, the way we should be doing standards, and how does that need to look moving forward? And I think this community has a lot of opportunity to contribute to that conversation and help us understand, what opportunities are out there and what are the best ways we can move forward. Because this just gets harder and harder every day, not just, standards, but the data integration question that was just asked. Authoritative versus fit for use, the number of people involved, entities involved, the proliferation of data, the integrators and all of these things, they're well beyond most of our capacity to deal with. So I think, looking for help in all places that we can get it, I think, but re-looking standards and how we've been doing it and what's the way forward. It's a great question, and we're working on it. I'm not going to tell you we've got it for sure, but.
We have time for one more question, I think.
Hi, Jackie Hazel, Banner Solutions. I was wondering, when you look at the ecosystem right now, and you look at the problem sets before you right now, not 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 10 years from now, what you want the future to look like, but right now, what do you view as your biggest blocker or biggest hole in the ecosystem?
So, 1 minute. All right. So, real quick. Yes. What is my biggest blocker as I see things now? actually right now for me, I think one of the biggest blocker I have is the procurement process, particularly with like open source software, because right now we do not have the skill sets to do everything that we can do with other things. And the development time and the expertise with that just requires a different data set or a different skill set, really. So it's
Yeah, I mean, I'm tempted to say resourcing, but I think that's kind of the easy way, the easy way out. But figuring out what right looks like and how to sort of organize and bring all of these groups with various interests and ideas and bring it together. National search comes to mind. This kind of data integration issues. Some of these ways. How do you look at this process and provide the data? I talked a lot about it in my brief, but providing data and information in the easiest way use to people that aren't data people and bring that to bear on the hardest problems we have. I think that's probably the hardest thing. Maggie?
Keeping us on time. Say thanks to our panelists for all their great comments.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Todd Backistow with Maxar, and it's my pleasure to be here today to talk about SpaceNet. We're going to talk about SpaceNet 8 results and announce some more details for SpaceNet 9. So thanks to Eddie and for the planning committee for the opportunity to be here again this year. This has become one of, as Eddie alluded to, one of the recurring presentations. So we're really excited to share this year's updates with you as well. So as we're thinking about how SpaceNet evolves and any of the challenges that we have upcoming, we always try to take a step back and think about, well, why we're doing what we're doing and how this can have an impact. One of the areas that we're focused right now is around the ability to improve data wrangling capabilities that can reduce sense-making timeframes. We think that artificial intelligence, specifically computer vision capabilities, have a lot of potential to improve the alignment of multi-source data needed for downstream analytics. And this is particularly important in with open data or disaster response type scenarios when you can't necessarily predict what type of data you'll have in any given scenario. For those that aren't familiar with SpaceNet, or those maybe that have heard of it, just a brief background, SpaceNet is a collaboration aimed to accelerate open source machine learning applied specifically for geospatial uses. This project was founded by InQTAL Labs, Cosmic Works Group, as well as Maxar Technologies in August of 2016. Leadership of the project was transitioned to Maxar in April of 2021, and today I'm very pleased to share our current partners that collaborate with us on this project, including AWS, IEEE GRSS, Topcoder, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, the Open Geospatial Consortium, and most recently, Umbra. The four pillars of SpaceNet have been consistent from the beginning. We saw a need to help provide labeled training data sets specifically for satellite imagery. We run a series of prize challenges to help accelerate innovation in this space. The winning algorithms from the challenges are open sourced, and then the evaluation metrics used in those challenges are also published. The data sets and the algorithms are, the data sets are available before, during, and after the challenge, and then the algorithms persist after as well. And there's this number of publications that we publish around each challenge, including blog posts, as well as research papers as well that are available for the broader community. From the beginning, we started pretty simple around mapping problems that we saw across the community, particularly around foundational mapping. So we started with building footprints, we added geographic diversity, we added then roads and additional complexity as we progressed from SpaceNets 1 through 7. Today I'm going to talk more about SpaceNet 8 and then where we're going with SpaceNet 9. SpaceNet 8 was concluded in August of 2022. The objective was to identify flooded buildings and roads from pre- and post-event imagery. And there's a couple aspects that were novel. This was the first challenge that we actually had multiple features that had to be identified. So not just buildings or roads, but buildings and roads. So that was unique. It was also the first challenge that took into account pre- and post-event imagery. And then it also took into account attribution of those features in the post-event imagery. So it was the first time that we had done that in a SpaceNet challenge. The competitors also had to handle realistic dataset noise, including image alignment, cloud cover, and missing regions that you typically find when you're working with this type of data. You can see some of the amount of data that was released as well as the prize amounts. To give you a sense of what some of the outputs look like, you can see our reference sample as well as then the outputs from the top 5 winners across a selected area, as well as then, so this is for buildings and roads, and then the attribution. So the key takeaways from the challenge, we talked a little bit about this, the preliminary results of FedGeoDay last year, but this year we have some broader analysis to share. So about 1.5 improvement over the baseline, and there was some of the techniques that were used. There was pre-processing of the data. There was actually data used from prior challenges as well, on ensembles of neural networks and rules-based post-processing to look at areas that wouldn't make sense for flooding. So happy to share a couple more details on SpaceNet 9, which is launching this winter. Our goal is to advance pre-processing techniques for computer vision. Specifically, this challenge will focus on the alignment of tie points for optical imagery and SAR data. You can see an example here, and it looks at tie points such as corners of buildings, road intersections. And we think this is important for additional downstream analytics for object identification. Here's the timeline that we're working on for SpaceNet 9. Our goal is to launch this winter and then announce the winners in Q1 of 2024. So really excited about this challenge, just incorporating both electro-optical and SAR data. And for more information, please come talk to me afterwards. Also, you can check out our spacenet.ai website, as well as the open data repositories and our social media platforms. So thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Aaron Myers. So I'm going to talk about the environment for analysis of geolocated energy information. This is DOE's situational awareness platform for electric utility customer outages. Currently, we collect data for about 140 million utility customers. That's not population, that's customers. That covers about 93% of the U.S. customers. That's reported by EIA. So the crux of this capability is to provide that information. But when we got the capability back from DOE in 2016, the question was, how do we sustain this capability? It was written in a commercial off-the-shelf platform. It had some flaws. How do we make it better? So we did an analysis. Should we move this to open source? Should we keep the current architecture? Should we develop a new commercial architecture around it? Looking at modernization, cloud deployments, authentication, kind of reducing our vendor tie-ins, looking at a lot of different things. So we did this trade-off analysis analysis, and to bury the lead with the title of that slide, we ended up with an open source solution. Why did we end up here? One, Oak Ridge, the Geospatial Sciences and Human Security Division, we were at the time, it's probably 15 years now, we're developing off 10 years of open source web application development. We knew we could do a lot with it. One of our kind of general principles is we found that getting to an end solution with commercial off the shelf might get you 80% faster, but that last 20% to get the full utilization that our users need requires some really deep customization. So open source allowed us to really meet those user needs better. So we kind of landed on Docker for containerization, Java and Python, and then for OGC services, so sharing the data out is one of the core principles that we have. We decided to use GeoServer. So that's built in within development, all of this off of a Postgres database. So now that we have a very modern, sustainable architecture, now we can start to do more open science with it. One of the questions that we realized early on in this is not all counties are created equal. Big counties, little counties, power outages within these show differently. When you want to visualize consistently across the United States, we need to use percent of outages. There's not a national data set that has that, so we developed our own. So we created this, what we call modeled county customers. So looking at the EIA data, looking at data that we've collected in the past, we've actually been able to create this data set that lets you look at, for a utility in a county, what is an expected number of customers? And we update this annually. We're also taking it, not all outages are bad. So when you're looking at energy justice question, this is one of the common themes is an outage is bad. And so we're starting to look at not just the number of outages, but what are the behaviors of utilities within counties. So from this history of data, we can now look at behaviors, trends, pattern analysis to understand how do these utilities behave across county boundaries, within county boundaries, so we can start to maybe get at some of those energy justice questions. And then again, to support open science, one of the major things that we released just this past year was our whole historic archive of outage data. So we have data going back to November of 2014 through December of 2022. In January of 24, we will release all of 2023's data. That's the DOI that you can use to find the information. It's every 15 minutes for every utility in every county. For that whole duration. We can also do extracts. If you want a particular event, you want a subset of counties, we can actually help you get to that information. 5 minutes is not a lot of time. So luckily, I have a presentation in the main Phosphor-G conference at 11:30 on Wednesday if you want to come hear about more, or you can find me walking around and talk to me about things. If you have any specific questions, eagle-i@ono.gov gets you to a monitored inbox that can help answer those questions or make data requests, get you that information that you need to utilize some of those capabilities. Thank you.